This is Wick Studio, built to meet any brief. When your project calls for bold creativity, design freely. Bold creativity, design freely.
Choose from rewards.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me now. All right, man, my bad. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on one second, you guys. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, man. I don't know what. Let me make sure I'm good here before we get going too far into this. All right, you guys can hear me? Tell me this, can you guys hear any noise in the background, or can you just hear me nice and clear? You hear any noise whatsoever in the background? Let us know in the comment section, please. Yes, we can hear you and only you. Okay, all right, dope. Man, I'm sorry about that, you guys. That was the first time I ever ran in that on this, and but anyways, tomorrow it goes down, man. Big shout out to everybody that's tuned in. It looks like we got about 28 people in the building, man. It looks like we lost a couple due to no sound, and that sucks, man, but we got it together here, man. Tomorrow it goes down. We got an insane litter that's going to be available tomorrow. I don't know exactly what was going on. This is the very first time that I had this issue, but it looks like we're good now. Big shout out to all you guys for tuning in. Man, it looks like the comments have already filled up a little bit. We'll go hurry up and run through this real quick, and then we'll get into the puppies and anything else you guys want to chop it up about. You know, we ain't gotta just specifically talk about these puppies today. You know, if you got anything you want to bring up, any topics or anything, just let it be known, man. And we're gonna make this a really dope one. For those of you guys that are new in here, you know, I just go over all the comments, we chop it up, have a real good time, and makes out for some dope lives. Big shout out to all you guys for tuning in. Again, make sure you guys hit that like button. Here we go. We got Kirby Cecil in the building. He says, yo, what up, Dayton? Said, back at it again, my boy. That's right. That's right. We got Jesse in the building. Big shout out to Jesse. He says, what's good, Killinois? Steven Mean says, been a fan a long time. That's what's up, big dog. Thanks for tapping into the channel. We appreciate y'all. We got John Center in the building. We got Mama Killinois in the building right there. Annette Jones, big shout out to her for always tuning in, sharing the lives and all that. We got Frank Clowell in there. He says, let's get it, Killinois. I want a female off of this drop, man. We got some super nice girls available off of this one too as well, man. Man, real, the whole litter was off the hook all the way around the board, real talk. Super nice females too, though. Nas says, bully lover. Okay, that's right, that's right. Darcy Smith says, what's up, Dayton and Killinois family? That's going to be our Killinois family member, Darcy Smith, right there, man. Big shout out to you for always tuning in. Andy Kennedy says, I'm about to start OTR truck driving. Gonna do my best to get a puppy and show him off and down, show him off up and down 48 states. I wouldn't get a pup from anyone but Killinois. Looking forward. That's what's up, big dog. Thanks a lot, man. That means a lot. And get with us whenever you're ready and we'll get you taken care of, man. You know, we got a lot of truck drivers that hit us up for puppies, man. And, you know, there's quite a few of them that are out on the road probably right now with them right now as we speak. Ned says, much love, Dayton. Appreciate that, big dog. Appreciate that. Levi Reyes says, let's go. Beautiful litter as always, bro. One love from Tucson, Arizona. Big shout out to Levi Reyes, man. Big shout out to you for always tuning in, big dog. Always showing love on the videos. You know, I know him by name because he's in our comments, showing love and all that, man. Big shout out to Levi Reyes. Darcy Smith says, Andy K, that's what's up. That's right. Lorenzo Young in the building, man. That's one of the owners of this litter. And, you know, one of our Killinois partners, man. Big shout out to him and Antoine Brown for, you know, doing their thing on this litter, man. Super nice litter out of Brick and Siri. Jesse says, hit that like button and share the live. I know that's right. Make sure you guys do that, man. We appreciate y'all. Real talk, real talk. Darcy Smith says, Louisiana in the building. Let's go. That's right. That's right. Killinois family. We got Miss Killinois in the building while she's on her break at lunch. Big shout out to her. We got Jay Lifty, man. That's another Killinois family member right there. Jay Lefty in the building, man. He says, what's up, Killinois family? All right. Let's go ahead and skip through all this right here. Now, we got JH in the building, man. He says, what's up, Killinois family? How's everyone doing? I know that's right. All right. We got Rob716. That's another Killinois family member right there. Big shout out to Rob716 for always tuning in, man. Go ahead and get through all these comments real quick. And, you know, we'll move on to the puppies. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and poll up the parents right now. And that way you guys ain't got to just be sitting here stuck looking at me the whole time. You know what I mean? Here we go. Let's see here. Here we go, you guys. That's going to be the parents of our next litter. You're looking at the father right now. Here we got. We won't go through all that, you guys. All good. Yes, we can hear you. Clear, nice and clear. You good. Hit that like button. That's right. Hit the like button, Killinois family and our Killinois supporters, man. We appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Mr. St. James 45 says, what's up from Roswell, New Mexico? Man, big shout out. I think that's New Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. Big shout out to you for tuning in, big dog. 290 Exotic Bulls says, what's up, Killinois? What's up, big dog? Big shout out to you for tuning in. Oh, hold on. Jay Lefty says, yo, Dayton, my boys Meatball and Kane turned 4. They're getting ready for some more baseball games this summer. That's right. That's right. Jay Lefty, man. Big shout out to Jay Lefty. Yeah, as you guys see, that's one of our Killinois family members. He's got Kane and Meatball, and he's another real good representation of a Killinois family member, man. He takes them dogs out to his kids' baseball games, takes them all over the place, shows them off, and lets everybody know he got them from Killinois Kennels, man. Big shout out to Jay Lefty in the building. East Shore Bully House says, what's up, boss? That's another Killinois family member right there. Big shout out to Jeb, man. Big shout out to Jeb. Baron Brown says, what's going on? I've been rocking with you beginning of COVID. I got a question. What do you do in the rare occasion that you have a runt? I mean, with the runts, man, the runts, a lot of times, those are your best dogs, you know what I mean? So don't overlook the runt, especially on situations where you're using bigger dogs. You know what I mean? Don't overlook the runts, man. Like I said, a lot of times, those are your best dogs from these litters. Real talk. Not always, but a lot of times they are, man. And, you know, sometimes it's a risk, man. Sometimes when those runts, you know, are, sometimes whenever those runts are, you know, in the litters, they might look a little weird to begin with, but later on, that'll come together in the end. Trust me when I tell you, I've seen it too many times, man. Too many times. Let's go ahead and get into the mother, man. You guys were just looking at the father of the litter. This is going to be the mother. This is our girl, Siri. But yeah, with the runts, like I said, with the runts, a lot of times those are your best dogs, man. Those are going to be your best dogs, but not always. Not always. It's kind of a risk with the runts. You know what I mean? Either you're going to end up with a real super nice dog or you're going to end up with a funny looking one, man. And that's just really being real. You know what I mean? But, you know, like one thing with us over here at Killinois Kennels, and is a benefit of getting dogs a little bit older, like you get them from us, a lot of times you're holding on to them long enough to really tell if they're going to be something special or they're not. You know what I mean? But when runts are like 6 weeks old, they are very, very petite looking, sometimes weird. Sometimes their eyes will be on the side of their heads. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. You know, they might look a little frail and things like that. You know what I mean? But, you know, give them a little bit of time, man. And a lot of times those are the best dogs, man. And I know that's like some old, you know, game dogs, you know, quotes and things like that, but it's true, man. It's true. Andy Kennedy says, I'll be driving out of Las Vegas, Nevada, but all over the U.S. Can't wait. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Big shout out to you. Santoro Cole says, I'm in Camden, New Jersey. I can't hear anything. You guys can't hear me again? All right, I don't know what's going on. He might have caught up a little bit late. Big Rob, that's another Killinois family member in the building, man. Big shout out to Big Rob. He owns that boy Kratos, and as you guys can see, that's him in that profile picture. That's that boy Kratos, and I'll tell you what, man, that boy is off of the hook, man. I'm telling you, super, super nice dog. And, you know, recently we ended up getting some footage of him, and we're going to be showing you guys him on the channel, man. Big shout out to Big Rob out there in Chicago with that boy Kratos. He also got a real nice vanilla gorilla daughter he got from us. And he also got a real nice white folks and Layla's son. Real nice yard. Andy says, I want a blue and white dog. Yeah, this litter we got right here, man. As you can see, both of the parents, this is the mother right you're looking at right now. And yeah, as you guys can see, both of the parents are blue. And yeah, you know, all the puppies are all blue. They're all blue and white puppies. So there's some real nice ones from this joint, man. Make sure y'all stay tuned. Brian Wilson says, shout out from Timble, Tennessee. Okay, that's right. That's right. JH says, hit that like button and share the live. I know that's right. Make sure y'all do that, man. Hit that like button and share out the live. We got 23 likes. We've had about 300 different people in here tonight. So hit that like button. We really appreciate y'all. Verdero Grant says, the runts become hitters. Yep, a lot of the times they do, man. A lot of the times they do. Nutta Wilson says, keep putting on for Springfield, Illinois. Best dogs in the city. Appreciate that, big dog. Appreciate that. That means a lot, man, for sure. And, you know, we ain't in competition with the people in the city, man. It's all love over here at the Killinois camp, man. You know, Killinois is just doing our own thing, man, and just putting on for the American Bully and Springfield, Illinois, man. Thanks for noticing, bro. Appreciate you. Vadero Gant says, much respect, Dayton. Keep cooking up. Most definitely, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. We got 46 people in the building now. It's starting to pick up, man. A lot of people wait for the live to actually get going, you know, from that starting screen and stuff like that. We should still get a lot of people in here. But again, hit that like button and share out the live to all your social medias. The more people we get in here, the more we can keep the conversation rolling and all that. You know, but now we're going to go ahead and move on and get to the puppies, man. Let's get to these puppies real quick. Now I'm not going to make you guys listen to that all over again, but okay, he says he can hear us now. Okay, that's what's up. Moss, I'm sorry, man. I don't know how to pronounce that. Brazilian pit monsters are fire. Okay, that's right. That's right. That's right. Brian Wilson says, good here. Okay, okay. I can hear you. All right, he can hear me. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. J Dab 12 says, it's Jason Wayne. Love my girl that I got in December from Vanilla Gorilla and Coco Chanel. Big shout out to the Killinois family. Jason Wayne in the building. He says, she's in the last video that dropped for the litter, and she's coming together very well, in my opinion. That's what's up, man. Big shout out to Jason Wayne in the building. Andy Kennedy says, I ain't ready yet, but I know when I am, I'm joining the fam. That's right. That's right, man. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be here waiting on you, big dog. Get with us whenever you're ready. For sure. We appreciate you tuning in and keeping up with us. You know, I know in these lives, a lot of our Killinois family members, they join the lives, and you know, we're shouting them out and giving them their shine and all that type of stuff. But even if you're just a supporter of the channel, man, we appreciate you guys even some more than some of our Killinois family members that don't really get on here and check you out. You know, we've had people buy dogs and then just, you know, disappear and things like that. You know what I mean? So, you know, if we're just talking about Killinois family members all the time in here, don't take it personal, because we appreciate our supporters just as much, man. Big shout out to all you guys that rock with us. Real talk. Santaro Cole says, hey, Dayton, I'm in Camden. What time is it there so I can tell on the time for the puppy so I can get one? You know, right now here is 5:30, so I would imagine it's 6:30 where you're at. So yeah, the puppies go on sale tomorrow at 5 p.m. your time if you're out there on the East Coast. It'll be 2 p.m. West Coast time. It'll be 4 p.m. Midwest time. Dog has no structures. I don't know what this dude's talking about, man. Get out of here. Jesse says, can't wait to see the next Top Dog drop, man. That's coming here really soon, man. That's coming here really, really soon. And you know, I've already made it through all that. I made it through all that. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me deal with this goofball real quick. This goofy ass. Here we go. There you go. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You're out of here, my boy. We deal with zero tolerance on hate, man. Zero tolerance. I don't even argue with these people. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. No matter what, you're going to have some trolls, some haters in the comments, and we just took care of that. And I figured out how to take care of that now. So go ahead and run your mouth if you want to in here, and we just get you out of here real quick. Big, you know. Andy Kennedy says, family love. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Put much love. Appreciate you. Jumbo Jenkins says, get that hater out of here. We most definitely did, man. And we just, you know, we're here for positivity, man. We're not here for the drama, none of that type of stuff. You know, I've actually had a hard time trying to figure out how to get people out of here like that. That dude's been hating on us for years, man. And, you know, we're just get them out of here, man. It looks like I've caught up with you guys, man. And if you guys got anything you want to chop it up about, you got any questions about any of the puppies, specifically, right now we're looking at female number 2, and she's going for 3,500 steal on this girl. Solid girl. Carmelo says, Carmelo in the house, Jacksonville, Florida. If I'm not mistaken, that's another Killinois family member right there, man. Big shout out to Carmelo. He ended up picking up a pup out of Detox and Valkyrie, if I'm not mistaken. I'm almost 100% sure that's what it was. If that's the same Carmelo I'm thinking about. Big shout out to you for tuning in, though, man. Again, we're looking at female number 2. Super nice girl right here. She's going for 3,500, and super nice girl. Okay, here we go. Crumbro Jenkins, that's a Killinois family member in the building, man. Big shout out to you, big dog. He said, I got my dog Boomer from y'all 3 years ago, and he's still going strong. That's what's up, man. Which litter did you pick a pup up off of? You know, let us know in the comment section. Which dog did you get? You know what I mean? I don't know you by your screen name. I may talk to you on the phone type of deal or something like that, but I don't know you by your screen name. Right now, we're looking at female number 3. She's going for 3,000. Real nice, super nice, thick little girl, man. You know, I'm not going to say little girl because she's actually one of the bigger females off the litter. Real nice girl, though. Real nice girl. But yeah, man. High Valley Bulls says, y'all got some fire pups. Appreciate that, big dog. Appreciate that. Real talk. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, again, this is female number 3, man. Built super nice. As you can see, real nice chest spread. That type of stuff. Solid litter, man. Super solid litter from the Killinois camp. Marlon McCorvey says, muscled up in beautiful coats. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Most definitely. Most definitely. We take a lot of pride in our puppies, man. We don't play. Take real good care of them, and, you know, provide some quality dogs for the people. That's why, you know, people rock out with us. They can see the time that we put in with these puppies. They can see the work, all that type of stuff, man. Big shout out to you for noticing. Dan Libby says, much love and respect to the legends, Killinois Kennels for life. Appreciate you, big dog. That's Dan Libby, another guy that I've known for probably almost 20 years now. Big shout out to Dan Libby, man, for always tuning in and showing support, man. Real talk. Andy Kennedy says, bro, do what you do better. You do what you do better than anyone. Don't let them haters get a second breath. F them and keep on keeping on. Most definitely, bro. Trust me. I've been doing this so long, bro. I learned how to deal with haters back in 2004. You understand what I'm saying? So I was on message boards and things like that, man. Trust me, we're not tripping off of these guys. They're just trying to get a little rise out of me. I've let it happen before on live. I'm not so used to letting those type of things go on a live, you know what I mean? But I'm getting better with it, as you can see, man. And, you know, if I see somebody in here hating, boom, you're out of here. We're blocking you. You ain't going to be able to comment. None of that type of stuff. We have zero tolerance for it. Even with our videos, when we drop our videos on the YouTube channel, you know, if somebody gets on there throwing some hate, you know, that type of stuff, we delete it. That doesn't mean we can't take, you know, criticism or anything like that. That, you know, but if you have only commented one time on our video and it's criticism, then that means it's hate. And we just delete that type of stuff. You know what I mean? I'll even let them know, hey, I'm going to delete your comment. You know, this is your first and only comment on our channel. And this is your first and only comment on the channel. I'll delete it. And, you know, they usually get it from there. You know what I mean? If you ain't commented on our channel, if you ain't shown us a bunch of love, we're not taking your criticism seriously. You know, understand what I'm saying? We can handle criticism. We know there's certain things that, you know, we could probably do better in certain situations and stuff like that. And we're realists over here. So we can take any criticism, you know, as long as you rock out with us. Because if you do enough research, there's no way that you don't rock out with us. You understand what I'm saying? No way possible. You know what I mean? So do your research and you'll know that, you know, you guys, sometimes people are barking up the wrong tree. We're not like these other breeders. We work out totally different. And, you know, we've been in business coming up on 30 years. You understand what I'm saying? This kennel was established in 1999. So we're, you know, here in 2029, we'll be 30 years deep just when this kennel was established. I was breeding dogs for 3-4 years, even before we even established this kennel. You understand what I'm saying? So that type of stuff. Frank Clowell says, I want female 3 fire bloodlines. Appreciate that. What we're looking at right now is the boys. This is going to be male number 1. Super, super nice boy. And, yeah, super, super nice boy. Solid, solid male, man. This whole litter was super nice, man. You know, that one guy came in here talking about no bone. Are you crazy? Look at the bone on this boy, man. Insane. You understand what I'm saying? Insane. This is a solid, solid dog right here, man. The whole litter's off the hook. You know what I mean? The whole litter's off the hook. I try not to just get in here and run my mouth about the puppies like crazy. But for those people that are interested in purchasing dogs, I do want to speak on them and let you know what I think about them. You know what I mean? This isn't sales pitches. We're not trying to brainwash you into buying anything. These puppies are going to go. Trust me. We're not hurting for people. The people have been calling for 2-3 weeks nonstop about these puppies from seeing the previous videos. You understand what I'm saying? But we're proud of our product too. We put a lot of work, a lot of thought into our dogs and that type of stuff. So we will, you know, tell you what we like and things like that, you know. Count says, greetings from Vero Beach, Florida. Appreciate you. Big shout out to you for tuning in. Andy Kennedy says, I'll be in touch. Love what you're doing. Appreciate that, big dog. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be here waiting on you. We got Killinois family in the building. That's Lincoln Land Exotics. And as you guys can see, they got their female out of Big Clout. And Sasha in the profile picture right there. They say these puppies are fire, nothing but consistency. Killinois family. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting them know, Killinois family. We appreciate you guys. Again, make sure you guys go check out Lincoln Land Exotics on Instagram. Here in a second, for our Killinois family members that are in here, you know, like we always do, we'll run through your guys' Instagrams. And that's another thing that we provide for our Killinois family members is promotion and things like that, man. But, you know, this is my own personal family, not just Killinois family. Big shout out to them guys, man. Lincoln Land Exotics, they breed exotic reptiles. And they got some really nice ones for anybody that's interested in that, man. But big shout out to you guys. And look at that female out of Big Clout right there. Not even close to being done. Not even close to being done. Super nice girl right there. Jesse says, I've been watching a lot of dog show videos lately, and they're hard to watch after watching your videos. Just the production of your videos are on point. Thanks for all the hard work you put in. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. We do put in a lot of work into those videos, man. And, You know, I offer what a lot of people can't offer for those dog show videos. I'm an actual judge. I've been judging dog shows for over 10 years all over the world. I've judged dog shows in South Africa, Brazil, the Philippines, 2 times in Brazil. I was supposed to be judging out in Australia. I had a little unfortunate situation with there. And then you know, once, all that other crazy sickness stuff hit, I was booked to go everywhere, and that shut down dog shows everywhere. You know what I mean? But, I'm a judge, and I, know what's a lot that goes on behind these shows, and I know a lot about the history of the dogs and things like that. So that's what we can bring to the table. This Top Dog TV video that I'm working on right now is going to be one of the best ones we ever drop. We went out to Minnesota, went out there and covered that show, man, and it is going to be an insane video. I'm guaranteeing this video does well over 20,000 views. Well over, and we're offering sponsorship spots for all you kennels that are in here right now. For all you guys that are, kennels and looking to promote your dogs or looking to promote anything, this will be an easy way to get 20,000 new faces on your kennel, on your dogs. We're offering 3 spots for these videos, $1,000 each. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people have benefited from doing this in the past. So for anybody that's interested, we know there's a lot of other kennels in here. We know there's a lot of other people in here, that type of stuff that, they got their own stuff they want to promote. And I'm telling you, we got a Killinois family member that put his puppies up on a live once and sold out the whole litter in less than a week. You know what I mean? And, we got some stuff coming off of that. We got some stuff going on with that, that we'll be promoting on the channel here soon. Stay tuned for it, man. Definitely take advantage of that stuff, you guys. For anybody that's got some dogs and ain't really got a whole lot of motion, it'll be worth it for you for sure. Andy Kennedy says they can criticize. Yeah, you're right. You all are on top of the game, and we appreciate much love and respect. No, I get it, man. I mean, you know what I mean? But we're open to, like, for real criticism and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, we're not against that. We don't delete that. You can go through some of the comments of our videos and see that we leave stuff up from people that rock out with us. But if you're new here and you've only posted one comment and it's like negative criticism, it's gone. I'm deleting it. You understand what I'm saying? And it is what it is. You know what I mean? We're on the internet, man. The internet's full of haters, and I'm not tripping off of them, man. Not at all. You know what I mean? I really don't even want to talk about them. We are not tripping off the haters over here. I've been dealing with these dogs and haters for coming up on 30 years. You understand what I'm saying? This isn't nothing new, man. Atomic CJ says, those puppies are fire. Put that hater in the corner where he belongs. Sending love from Chicago, Illinois. Big shout out to you, Atomic CJ. Says, I know good reputable breeders when I see one, so keep on rocking your dogs. Speak for them in great quality. Most definitely, man. Let's get off the haters, man. F the haters. You understand what I'm saying? F the haters, but appreciate you guys in the comments, man. Real talk. As you guys can see, I'm trying to add a little new stuff. Let me know if those is this too loud for you guys? Let me know in the comment section. Or is this too loud? Trying to make that more bearable. That type of stuff. I don't know how to say it, man. Hit that like button. I know that's right, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We got 36 people in the building. 39 likes. We've had almost 500 different people in the building, though, so that 39 likes ain't right. I know some of you guys in here haven't hit it. Please make sure y'all hit that like button, share out the live, so we can keep this going. I'm pretty free tonight, man. My girl's at work and that type of stuff, and, I'm sitting here bored, kicking it with y'all, man, so this is going to be a nice, dope live. If you guys want to get into anything besides the puppies, I basically went through them all. Right now what you guys are looking at is the 2 boys together. At the end of this video, we had footage of them a little bit more together so you guys could see what was going on. But I'm chilling. I'm bored, man. I ain't got nothing going on tonight, man. We can make this a really dope live. We can pull up some other videos. We can pull up some studs. We can pull up some show vlogs. We can do, whatever y'all want to do, man. I'm in here. I'm chilling. It don't matter if there's, 40 people or 100 people. We're in here chilling. I figured I would start this a little early tonight. That way people, can come tap in for a little bit, that type of stuff, man. Most hate, man, I don't know what he says. Your pups set the standard by which I judge other kennels by. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Our stuff, we're so much different than a lot of these other kennels out here. We're like, some of the 2%ers of the American bully world. You understand what I'm saying? So, our stuff is, you can't really find dogs like us. You know what I mean? And we're not doing that saying that we're better than people. We're not doing that, that type of stuff. We just breed totally different than 97% of this community. You understand what I'm saying? Our dogs are real, true American bullies. We don't have any exotic blood in our dogs whatsoever. And that's not a shout out at the exotics. It's letting you guys know that we don't mix in other breeds with our dogs. You understand what I'm saying? And we don't, deal with no, questionable dogs, things like that, man. And that's why we have nice, consistent litters. Our dogs don't look like little bulldog puppies. Our dogs don't look like pit bull puppies. Our dogs look like American bully puppies. And that's exactly what they are, man. And, we do our best, man. We do our best to produce the best ones for you guys, not just for you, but for us as well. You know what I mean? Mr. St. James says, what would these dogs be considered? Classic, pocket, standards, or XLs? These are probably more on the borderline of pocket and standard. You know what I mean? More on the borderline of pocket and standard. You'll probably have some bigger size pockets and some smaller size standards in this litter. But, it's really hard to tell, man. Only time will tell exactly what these puppies will turn out to be. You understand what I'm saying? But, we always breed for a nice, extreme show quality American bully. We want them extreme, but we also want them put together, that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And as you guys can see, the dogs are all here standing up, stacking up in their own. We don't do none of that stacking. We could take and stack up these puppies and make them all look perfect if we wanted to. You understand what I'm saying? We don't do that. We show you what you're getting. We show you exactly what you're getting. We're not hiding anything. And a lot of these people that get in here and talk about, certain things and, get in there and say, oh my God, that dog looks like it's a little high in the rear or something. If a dog's squatting down, it ain't got no choice but to have a high rear. You understand what I mean? Certain situations and certain like that female right there. Where was we at? Damn it. She was just standing weird as hell, but look at her standing right here. She looks perfect. I know you guys caught that. If you guys did, the female on the right, she was all standing all weird. Now look at her stacked up right here. Look at her top line right there. You understand what I'm saying? We're showing you guys everything, but in certain little motions, if you see one little spot of oh my God, it looks high. If a dog puts its head down, there's no way for it to do nothing but go high in the rear. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. So we show you guys everything. We're showing you guys everything here. Certain situations, they might turn a foot out and you know what I mean? Like they're just puppies being puppies, man. They're not going to stand perfect 24 hours a day. No dog does. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. See right here. Look how she looks all weird there. She's standing weird. You understand what I'm saying? It's just not a great moment for her in this video. But if you go back and you look at the girl, she's solid. Solid girl. That type of stuff. Bad female. Real nice girl. You understand what I'm saying? But that type of stuff. Let's get into it though. Carmelo again from Jacksonville, Florida. I just put Ringo on the profile. He's there 3.5 years old right now. That's right, man. Big shout out to Carmelo for, putting Ringo as his profile picture. That's a detox son right there. Big shout out to Carmelo for tuning in. Rumbo Jenkins says, my dog came from ABKC champion 45 South Detox and Valkyrie, male number 2 on y'all's channel. Proof 3 years later. Y'all dogs still going strong. Appreciate that, man. That's what's up, man. And they're, right there, these are guys that haven't really been in here that much. These are 2 guys, they just commented from back to back, the same litter. They're both from the same litter. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's up, man. I need to go take a look. I'm not exactly 100% sure which one male number 2 was, but there were some real nice boys from that litter for sure. Jesse says, how fast you think these pups will sell out? I don't know, bro. All drops are different, man. You can come into one of these drops thinking things is going to go one way and it be totally different. You know what I mean? As long as we ain't got no people, problems with people's payments and stuff like that, I don't see why it won't sell out super fast. You know what I mean? We've had so many people reaching out to us about these puppies. Tons and tons of people. This is a super nice litter, man. Super nice litter. And the pups, a lot of people think that we up the prices, but that's not really the case. It's just a smaller litter. And these are some super nice puppies, and our dogs are always priced good, man. We don't, that type of stuff. Big Rob says, being part of the Killinois family is one of the best choices we made. With the 3 bulls we got, have structure, girth, and consistency is insane. You hear that? That's right. That's right. Big shout out to Big Rob, man. He's got a solid yard on his own of just our Killinois productions, man. And, Rob brought Kratos down here not too long ago, and we got some footage of him, man. This boy is insane. That's the dog he's got in his profile picture. Every bit of 95 pounds, big old 25-inch head, maybe even bigger. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. We need to actually put a myotape on that boy because he's got a monster head. When people see that boy Kratos, man, they just go, what the hell? You know what I mean? That type of stuff. He's been in some of our videos, man. He's been in some of our videos. He's got videos up there. Kratos was a little bit younger and that type of stuff. Rob716 says, cool hat. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you. All that, we're going to get that stuff going for you guys, man. And like I said, but, to get a hat like this, like I said, it's not going to be cheap, and we hope once we get some made, you guys are lined up for them, that type of stuff. This hat alone right here, for me to get it done from my embroidery people, this hat all together is about $65. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. Real 3D heavy embroidered. You see how big the logo is on the hat? A lot of embroiderers can't do that. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why it's so expensive. But that's how we want it. We want these joints looking like they came out the store. But we will be providing some of that stuff, man, here real soon. Real soon. Daniel Libby says, outside of your kennel, who do you look up to in the dog game? I don't know, man. I've been around so long, Dan, like, for me to be looking up to other breeders is kind of weird, you know what I mean? But, there's a lot of people I respect, you know what I mean? I don't know about necessarily looking up to, you know what I mean? Dave Wilson, that's going to be one, man. I mean, I ain't going to necessarily say, look up to him, but, that's somebody, there's a lot of people, bro. There's a lot of people, and I don't want to leave nobody else out. You know what I mean? Dave Wilson, Memo Lowe, Kev Green, June Williams, people like that. You know what I mean? People that been in, there's so many though, bro. That's a really tough one. You know what I mean? As far as like looking up to kennels though, you know, I got respect for other kennels, but I wouldn't say necessarily looking up to them. And you know, I'm not here really trying to promote other kennels right now, Dan Libby. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro, because they ain't nowhere promoting us. You understand what I'm saying? So that type of stuff, you know, and that ain't no hate or nothing, you know, it's just real talk, you know, that type of stuff. But what you guys are looking at right now is footage from the upcoming Top Dog TV video, man, that's going to be coming up. Man, make sure you guys stay tuned for that. That's going to be something really dope. Really dope. And I'm not trying to duck and dodge questions and stuff, but, you know, I'm a judge. I can't be really speaking on too much stuff like that because next thing you know, if that guy hits my ring and I pick him to win, then it looks like favoritism and that type of stuff, man. There's a lot of people out there doing their thing. Big shout out to the whole bully community. And as you guys can see, this is us at Top Dog TV providing nothing but support and love to the whole bully community. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. Just wait till you guys see this video, you know, and I'm not trying to, you know, duck and dodge questions like that. You know what I mean? But, you know, I respect the like the founders of this stuff, Dave Wilson, Memo Loke, you know what I mean? Those are the people that I always looked up to, you know what I mean? The people that really got this community cracking, you know what I mean? And this was when the whole bully community was up under one roof. You understand what I'm saying? A really, really dope time, something that, you know, if you missed out, man, you really missed out. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. Like, even to this day, that's how I wish it was. You know what I mean? We're cool with everybody, man. We're not one of these kennels that get into it. Here you guys see the sponsorship stuff I was telling you about, man. Make sure y'all check that out. But we're cool with everybody, man. We're cool with everybody. We're not like, you know, we're in this dog stuff because this is what we love, man. We're not getting in this to have hate on people, you know, to hate on people and just to be negative. We're in this to have fun, be positive, breed some cool dogs, sell some puppies, you know, create some monsters, create some cool dogs, go show some dogs, hit up these events. We're here for the fun, man. You know, we really wish the dog world was all under one community because it would be insane. You know, and us at Top Dog TV, we prove to you time and time and time again that we do deal with everybody. We've been at the ABKC Nationals. We've been with June out there at the Rumble in the Jungle. We've covered IBKC shows. We've covered shows with the IBC in Brazil. You know, we've been around so long that I was friends with all of these breeders. You know, all these, not breeders, all these registry owners. I was friends with all of them. Let's get into something different, man. Let's get into something different. If you guys got any recommendations on what y'all want me to poll up, that type of stuff. But like I said, man, I was friends with all of these registry owners before any of them owned a registry. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of people in this dog game, man, they're just like strictly this and strictly this and strictly this. We have always been somebody that deals with everybody from day one. I was friends with all these registry owners and people before they ever even had any of this stuff going. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. So we move and deal with everybody. Like I said, Top Dog TV's covered it all, man. We've been everywhere. We've covered ABKC shows out here in the Midwest. We've covered, you know, IBKC. Man, we've covered it all, man. We've covered it all of them. I've known every single registry owner in this dog game. I knew them before they owned a registry. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Big Rob says, even when we put one of our bulls in his first dog show, he took first place in 5 events. That's right. That's right. Matter of fact, let's pull that up, man. You know, big shout out to Big Rob in the building for the, you know, tapping in the chat. You know, I don't know if it's Rob or Annette. You know, But big shout out to the whole, family, that their whole family, man. Big shout out to them. We're gonna pull that up right now, let you guys peep that out. Let me see here. Take me a little second here, but yeah, their dog, I got a whole video on that. A whole video on that posted on the channel, man. And we're gonna pull that up right now, you guys. That way you guys can see what I'm talking about here, man. See the boy. And keep in mind that this boy was still a puppy at this time. Not so much a puppy, but about a year old, year and a half old. He still has some growing to do. And I'll tell you what, I've seen the growing. I've seen it. Let's go ahead. Hold on one second, y'all. My bad. Let me pull this up. Here's Robin and Annette picking up their boy Kratos. That's the boy that you guys see in that profile picture right there. Super, super nice boy, man. This is a dog that we're super proud of, producing that type of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of them that we're proud of producing. This is a little clip, but yeah, super, super nice boy. He came out of God of War, as you guys seen right here. Super nice bull, man. And our girl Black Magic, and here's the two dogs they bought before him. On the left right there, that's going to be a white folks son, and on the right, that's a vanilla gorilla son. On the left, it's a white folks and Layla son, and on the right is a vanilla gorilla and Chi-Chi daughter. Super nice dog, man. Here they are at the BullyCon, and look at your boy Dayton there, man. I was looking crazy. Top Dog TV saved my life. You understand what I'm saying? Once I started seeing videos where I was looking like this, man, I changed my life. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not nowhere where I want to be, but I'm way better than I was there. Jesus. But yeah, again, this is Robin and Annette. Let's get into that boy kind of doing his thing in the show ring. There he is right here. Taking out, believe it, that was best male against all the best males of each age group. And look at that boy. Big shout out to Kelsey for handling him. Yep, best male right there in the ABKC sanction show. That type of stuff. Let's get into it. You guys don't have to sit here and look at me. This is me saying first dog show ever, and this boy just came out and did his thing. There he is again. Super, super nice boy. Damn. Hold on one second. My bad, you guys. But yeah, man, this is Kratos, and this ain't the best footage of him, man. We just got some new footage of this boy here recently, and I'm telling you, this boy is a monster. Super, super nice dog, and super, super nice dog. Real talk, man. Real talk, man. I'll tell you what, this is a dog that us at Killinois Kennels would even use. You understand what I'm saying? Badass boy. And like I said, we be offering our customers this type of quality. You know what I mean? Look at him. Here he is in a class of 4. I believe this was like best of winners or some type of something. And they're about to take no, not best of winners. This is going up for best male, if I'm not mistaken. Really did their thing out there. CJ Cardinal says, what's up with Thug Rose? I haven't seen any pups off of her. Yeah, that's partially my fault, man. I've been, we got to definitely make something happen with Thug Rose here ASAP. I got a couple white folks' daughters like that. I got Taz's sister that we haven't bred neither. I need to breed both of them girls. Real talk. Levi Reyes says, if I could get a pup, I would want a brindle. I've always loved brindles, but do not get me wrong. They're all badass, any color. That's right. For sure. I like brindles too, man. I like brindles too. Again, here's Kratos. Here's Kratos taking it again, man. And keep in mind, this was the very first time this dog ever went to the dog show. And here's all his here's all his ribbons, that type of stuff. He took best this is first place in his class, best male, best standard American Bully, taking best standards and all that, man. You know, he ended up going up for best of winners and didn't take it. But for your first dog show, taking 2 best standard American Bullies, that is super, super dope, man. Super dope. You know, super dope. Okay. Big shout out to Antoine Brown for being, you know, in the building, man. Again, that's going to be the owner, one of the owners off of this litter that's going up for sale tomorrow. Queen's New Blood Kennel says, glad I was able to tune in. Okay, that's what's up, man. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. Real talk. Queen says, got a question. Have you ever used Golden Bear before from Bully Barn? A champion Samson's son. Just got a credit off of him and trying to do some research on his productions. No, we ain't never used him, man. I'm not too familiar with him. But, you know, Grand Champion Samson is a super nice dog. Santora Cole says, I'm going to get that girl number 3 because I need her. I have her to stay up so I can get. If I have her to stay up so I can get. All right, yeah, man. Get with us and we'll get you right, man. Get with us and we'll get you right. This right here is another Killinois family member with his boy Taser. And here you guys can see Taser as an adult, man. You know, he ain't fully done here, but another Killinois family member, Vince, man. Big shout out to Vince. That's another Killinois family member out there in Chicago. Philip Simmons says, real deal bulls, Killinois Kennels. I know that's right. I know that's right. But yeah, this is Taser, man. This is out of Nino Brown and Nala, our Killinois family members, Vince out there. Big shout out to Vince. most hated native. Okay, that's what's up. Most hated native. I've been following you and following you. I've been following you for almost 5 years now. Appreciate that, big dog. Appreciate that. Do you have merch? I can't get a dog from you because yet would be like you. I can't get a dog from you yet, but would like to support your channel any way I can. Yeah, man, we're going to definitely get the merch going here ASAP. I know I've been saying that forever, man, but the reason why we haven't put the merch out yet is because we got to get our website done. And with being so busy on YouTube, man, it is really hard to get the website done. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, we're definitely coming with the merch, man. I got so much merch that so many people that want the merch, man. We got to get it going. And I've already invested a ton of money into it. So we will have merch coming here really soon. That type of stuff. And it's dope stuff, you guys. Super dope stuff. You know, hats, the hats like you would get straight out of lids, man. You know what I mean? Dope quality shirts, as you guys can see. You know, I don't have a shirt on right now, of course. The one time I don't have a shirt on. Queen's New Blood says, Queen's New Blood says, I do plan on getting the Killinois pup. Not sure when, though. Haven't been on YouTube a lot, so I need to catch up on this litter. Yeah, man, make sure you go tap in, check it out, man. Get with us whenever you're ready, and we'll get you taken care of, man. Big shout out to you for supporting and just tapping in, man. We appreciate it. Jesse says, what made you want to get in the dog game? Man, I started breeding these dogs at a very, very young age, man. You know, I was just into pit bulls and stuff, man. A lot of times I always wanted a pit bull growing up, but my dad would never let me have one until one time he came home with one and it was his dog, that type of stuff. So that was kind of how I got into it, man. And I finally was able to get my own pit bull. And once he got that pit bull, then I was like, you know what? I'm going to go get my own pit bull. And, I started breeding pits, man. And, I just had a love for the dogs, man. I used to really have game dogs, not real, came from game blood, but I never fought them or nothing. But I just loved pit bulls. I loved the way they, I love their drive. I love their protective qualities, that type of stuff. I love the agility on them, that type of things. You know what I mean? Like, I really had love for them, but I wasn't ever like big on the fighting of them or anything like that. I never fought a dog ever in my life. You understand what I'm saying? Like, everybody that's been in a kennel business for 30 years has had accidents happen, but never no intentional dog fighting or anything like that. You understand what I'm saying? And I was just young, man. And, I just wanted my own, I wanted to do my own thing, man. I wanted my own business. I wanted to create an empire like we're doing, you know what I mean? And, that type of stuff, man. That's what got me into it. You know what I mean? I just fell in love with the American Pit Bull Terrier. Then I started moving on and getting like UKC pit bulls. I started getting UKC, UKC pit bulls and things like that. Amstaffs, pit bulls, that type of stuff. And I just started breeding them, man. I just wanted to get into it, man, and just kind of grew really fast. Once we actually created Killinois Kennels, again, Killinois Kennels was created in 1999. You know what I mean? And, once we created it, it just blew up, man. We blew up really fast. We really got big quick. You understand what I'm saying? People think that, like we just really doing our thing on, like new to like, just like YouTube and things like that. But we were selling dogs all over the world as soon as we started Killinois Kennels. You understand what I'm saying? We got super lucky. We picked up the right blood. I didn't even know what I was picking up at that time. And, just luckily bought the right stuff. And the next thing you know, the stuff that I bought, everybody wanted. And they were trying to get the same pups that I bought and things like that. And, we just got really big, man. And, I've always been a go-getter and stuff like that, man. And, I started traveling all over the world, man. Not all over the world to begin with, traveling all over the United States and just tapping in with big name breeders, doing collaboration breedings, and just, going out to Razor's Edge. I used to deal with Dave a lot. I've stayed the night on Dave's couch. I've stayed at Dave's house for a week. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. One time I went out there 2 weekends in a row. You know what I mean? I used to go out in Cali and deal with a bunch of people out there. And, I had people sending me their dogs from Cali to breed with my studs and things like that, man. And, I just always wanted to start my own thing, have my own business. And what other better business than doing something you love to do? You know what I mean? We ain't ever been no puppy millers or anything like that. We don't, we got a lot of stuff going on the channel, but that's because we're a really big team. I ain't had my own personal litter for well over a year and a half. You understand what I'm saying? I've been part of a lot of breedings and, studding my studs out and things like that. But, we're a real big team. And as you guys know, right now we got Antoine and Renzo. They're going to be, their litters up, you know what I mean? And we got other people that have their own litters. Phil and Alex just had a litter, you know what I mean? And Mike, we got a really big team. That's why we stay as busy as we do. But we're not just over here just pushing out the puppies. We just got a big team and people got goals they're trying to reach and things like that. That's why we stay as busy as we do. You know what I mean? That type of stuff, that type of stuff. But that's, what got us into the dog game, man. That's what got me into the dog game. I wanted to create something, when I initially was going to start Killinois Kennels, you know, uh, that's another thing I want to tap in. Right now we're just talking and chopping it up, man. If you guys want me to pull up any other videos, so you're just not stuck looking at me type of thing, let it be known in the comment section, and we'll get to all your guys' comments. It looks like some stuff starting to pile up, that type of stuff. But man, what was I about to say? Okay, yeah, the name of Killinois Kennels. This is something that I wanted to kind of talk about for a long time. You know what I mean? Um, Whenever we created Killinois Kennels, we were, trying to come up with names and stuff. Back in those days, majority of the breeders used to just, put their last name and then their kennel, so mine would have been Bodine Kennels, you know what I mean? And initially that was just an easy way to do it, you know what I mean? Easy way, you ain't got to think about it too hard, that type of stuff. And then I started thinking about it, and I was just like, people don't want to be part of Bodine Kennels, you know what I mean? And I'm talking about even my family members that had a different last name. You understand what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And with that being said, I was like, we can't name it Bodine Kennels, man. I want y'all to be a part of it. Me and my homies, named it Killinois Kennels together. It was me and my homie Jeff Perry, and my homie Starman. A lot of you bully breeders know him as Woody, you know what I mean? And we were just sitting around trying to think of stuff. I'm Irish. I'm not like full blown Irish, but I got Irish in me. So we were going to name it Shamrock Kennels, kind of in the name of my grandmother, you know what I mean? Not in her name, because she was alive at the time, but just in her honor, you know what I mean? That type of stuff. And but I was like, nah, we got to come up with something cooler than that, you know what I mean? And then we used to listen to a lot of like underground Chicago rap music back in the day. And there was this guy, matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he was from Chicago, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm pretty sure he was. But it was this dude named Rusty Chains, and he would talk about Killinois in his song, you know what I mean? And that's what we just, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember if I said it or who said it, but somebody said Killinois Kennels, and we just all looked at each other and was like, that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. And, us by naming it Killinois Kennels in those days, we knew that people would look at it and be like, oh my God, Killinois Kennels. You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. And that's why we named it that. In those days, BSL laws, they were trying to get rid of pit bulls and things like that in those days. You understand what I'm saying? They were trying to ban them all across the country, that type of stuff. And BSL laws, they were trying to ban these dogs, you know what I mean? We used to go, I've got, awards for going and fighting BSL, and I've got, things like that. So we always fought from the breed ever since day one. And, but I knew if we named it that, all the people that really hated pit bulls and was trying to ban them and stuff, or whether you liked it one way or another, you were going to check it out. And we were using it for more like kill the noise, because that's how it was in the song. You know what I mean? Killinois, of course, Illinois with a K in front of it, but it was more like kill the noise, because that was what the dude said in the song. Something about Killinois. I can't remember it by heart right now, but that was what we named it for. We named it like Killinois, but it kill the noise. You know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. So we used it to our advantage, because in that time frame, they were trying to get rid of pit bulls so bad that they'd be like, oh, check out this guy. We know he fights him and this type of stuff. And then anybody knew better. The dogs that we had are not fighting dogs. You understand what I'm saying? They're not real, true American Pit Bull Terriers. They're American Bullies. you know, that type of stuff. So our dogs, you know, fighting dogs, there's a real true American Pit Bull Terrier. There's American Pit Bull Terriers that aren't fighting dogs too. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. But so we use that to our advantage, and that's why it's named Killinois Kennels. Of course, when we named it this, we were 19, 20 years old. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. I mean, I can't remember exactly how old I was at that time, but it was in 1999 is when it was created, you know. But you know, but what was I gonna say? Damn it. I just screwed that all the way up. Man, my bad, y'all. Uh what was I saying there, man? Damn it. Yeah. Well, anyways, when we named it that, we did it for a reason. We wanted it to, you know, we wanted people to look at it whether they were going to hate it or they're going to love it. But like I was saying, we named it that when we were super young. We didn't think about what it would be like as a 40-year-old man telling people my kennel is Killinois Kennels. You understand what I'm saying? But our name just grew into something so big that we had to stick with it. You know what I mean? When I was 18, 19 years old, it sounded perfect. You know, if I would have started my kennel today, it probably wouldn't be Killinois Kennels. You know what I mean? But that's a little history in the name. That's where the name came from. You know what I mean? Was more kill the noise. We were killing the noise on BSL laws, and we really fought BSL and fought for the American Pit Bull Terrier. We used to go up to the capitals and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where it came from. It ain't never been no killer anything or anything like that. You know what I mean? It was just Killinois, something cool. We thought it was cool. We thought it was catchy. And a lot of other people do too. And that's why they tap in and they look at us and they check us out. That type of stuff. You know what I mean? Even Dave Wilson from Razor's Edge Kennels, when he heard the name, he was like, man, that's dope. You know, Dave told me he actually was going to move here where we were located at one point in his life. You know what I mean? So he thought it was really dope. Marco says, hi, bro. I'm looking forward to getting me a pup a few months. I'm from Danbury, Connecticut. That's what's up, big dog. Thanks for tuning in. We'll go ahead and get some of these comments real quick. If you guys want to see anything specific, check out anything specific, let us know in the comment section and I'll get it to it and pull it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, get with us whenever you're ready, bro, and we'll get you right. Alex T says, shout out to Renzo and Twan for a dope collab. That's right. That's right. Renzo and Twan are going to be the owners of this litter right here. Big shout out to both of them. Miss AI says, this next drop looks amazing. Hey, it's me and Rig, Killinois family. That's right. That's right. Big shout out to Miss AI. That's another Killinois family member tuning in right there. She got that big boy from Nino Brown and Nala. Super, super nice boy, man. If you can, Miss AI, well, I guess you don't want to probably do that, but you should put that picture of Rig sitting on you in that profile picture so people can see him. That type of stuff. I don't have it on my computer right now, or I just pull it up, but that type of deal. Atomic CJ says, thanks for the shout out. Keep on rocking. Appreciate you, big dog. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Let's see where we're at here. We got 59 likes, man. Come on, you guys. Hit that like button and share out the live so we can get some more people in here and keep this conversation rolling. Like I said, tonight I'm chilling. You know, we've only been live for about an hour and a half. I planned on chopping it up with you guys for as long as we could keep this rolling, but I don't want to bore y'all to death or anything like that. So let us know. How much is it to ship a Tebow home? I don't want to say that wrong. He says, how much is it to ship a puppy to South Africa? It's going to be pretty expensive, man. You know, whatever the price of the puppy plus somewhere between, I would say, $2,200 and $3,500. You understand what I'm saying? But I really can't tell you until I look into it and see exactly what needs to happen, you know, but I can figure that out. You know, if you're seriously truly serious about it, if you're truly serious about it, I can look into that for you. You know what I mean? But you're going to have to pay either a flight nanny, which is just somebody that flies the dog to you, or you're going to have to fly over here and come get it. You know, we might be able to ship it out cargo through Florida, but it's a lot of stuff that determines that. It also determines on what you got to do to get it into your country, that type of stuff. But it can happen, and it's not too cheap. You'll damn near be paying as much for the shipping as much for as for the dog, but it is possible. And our Killinois family members, we just had some Killinois family members from the Caribbean. They just we just sent out 3 dogs to the Caribbean off our last drop. And, you know, one of them got it really fast. I think he had his dogs within less than 2 weeks. You know, we had to ship him out to Florida, and then his family had to get it and ship it over to him. But then another person had to wait a little bit longer because their rules was different on their island. But they just received their dog probably about a week ago. Shout out to Carrie and her boyfriend. They picked up that real nice fawn boy out of Busy Bone and Medusa. Rolando Hernandez says, shout out to Dayton from 303, hands down the world's best kennels. Appreciate that, big dog. Big shout out to you for tuning in, man. We appreciate you. Real talk. Jay Edge says, that boy is fire, Kratos. That's right, that's right. Miss AI says, Taser is my Riggs mint littermate. That's right, that's right. How much is it to ship a puppy to South Africa? All right, we already got there. Big shout out to Prime tuning in. We appreciate you. Green Soul says, you were talking earlier about y'all's prices, and I think they are priced really well considering some of these other breeders are wanting 10 to 15,000 for their pups. Yeah, and you know, we've covered this 1,000 times in these lives, man. You know, just because somebody puts that price up, you know, the difference between us and other kennels is our price is our price. We will not take $1 less. We're not here to wheel and deal. We're not, you know, running an auction, you know what I mean? That type of stuff, man. You know, that type of stuff. Our price is our price. Now, these other guys that are putting 10 to 15 up on their puppies, you know, that's so you could talk them down to 7,000 and still they feel like they're winning. You understand what I'm saying? Things like that. We ain't got time to wheel and deal, man. Our price is our price, and we offer some of the best prices versus quality you'll find anywhere in the world, just like I always state in the videos, but it's real talk. You can't find the blood that we're offering off of this drop for those prices. You know what I mean? You know, unless you call them and wheel and deal with them and tell them that's all you're going to offer them, and they're stuck with a dog that's 8 months old, and they say, you know what, here, you can have it. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. Robert Rapp says, Killinois Kennels, man. That's our Killinois partner. Robert Rapp's in the building. Big shout out to you. Rock Creek Bully says, love your program. I'm definitely going to tap in. I'm looking for a male. Just be so hard to get through to you guys. I always miss out for some reason. Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of people say that, man. A lot of people say that. But if you listen to everything I state in those videos, it is not as hard as people make it out to be, man. You just give up. You know what I mean? You just probably just call a few times and give up, man. The most important thing is the call until you get an answer. We're going to answer your phone sooner or later. We are going to answer your phone, whether the puppies are sold out or or pups are available, that type of deal. So you just got to keep calling, man. That's the most important thing. Most hated native says, how much does it cost to whelp a litter of 5 to 6 pups? I don't know what you really mean by that, man. Are you talking about like paying somebody to whelp some puppies or something? That type of stuff? I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not 100% sure what you're saying, man. I'm not 100% sure. You know, are you talking about just as far as like all the products and like food and things like that. If that was the case, man, there's no way I could tell you, bro. It's hard telling, you know what I mean? But as far as like to pay somebody to whelp a litter, you know, that I don't really know neither, you know what I mean? But that type of stuff, I mean, to pay somebody to do it for you is going to be pretty expensive. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. But if you're talking about just you know, if you're talking about just you know, like the cost of dog food and wormer and things like that, man, you know, it's really hard to say, man. It's going to depend on how long you got them. It's going to be depend on what you do, you know what I mean? You know, and that's not even counting like C-sections and getting the breeding done and things like that, man. You know, to get one of these litters done and stuff like this is a lot, bro. It's a lot. You know what I mean? Say you use a stud outside of a yard, you know, the stud fee can be anywhere from 1,000 up to 5,000 or even more. You understand what I'm saying? Then you got to pay for progesterones, and you got to go do multiple progesterones, and you got to drive, and it's just a lot of money, man. This whole situation is a lot of money. You know, if you're doing progesterones, your progesterone tests are going to be about $70 each. And it's going to cost you, you know, for us, it costs us about $60 in gas each trip. You know what I mean? And a lot of times you're going to have to do about, you know, you're going to have to do at least 3 to 4 progesterone tests just to find out where your female is. Okay. So you figure 3 to 4 times, you know, we'll just say 120, whatever that comes out to, you know what I mean? That type of deal. And then, you know, then you're paying to get, you know, say you use a stud outside of your yard, you pay $5,000 for the stud fee. Then you got to pay $500 for the shipping. And then you got to pay your vet $300 to TCI it in or whatever it is. Maybe even more. No, like even more, like $500-600. $500-600 for the vet to do the TCI plus the shipping and all that type of stuff. And then you're going to be looking at a $2,000 C-section. Then you're going to be looking at, you understand, this stuff starts to add up. And then people wonder why, like, why would you charge thousands of dollars for your puppies? Because I'm just trying to get my money back, man. You understand what I'm saying? Not so much just your money, but you know what I mean? Depending on what you have, it's like, you know, this isn't, you know, this litter today isn't like a crazy ludicrous, you know what I'm saying? It's not like we're making big bucks off of this litter we just posted. There's only 5 pups, and just take out everything that I just stated. You understand what I'm saying? There's only 5 pups, and then you got to take out all those prices I just stated. And we didn't even bring up cropping ears. We didn't bring it up worming and shots. We didn't bring up none of that. We didn't bring up in just the actual dog food. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not crazy winning off of these joints, man. You know what I mean? A lot of times we're just, you know, we might, you know, you have a nice litter of 10, then then you're making a little something, you know what I mean? But, you know, litter of 5 split between 2 people ain't a whole lot. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. Live Your Life Dog says, what up, y'all? What's up, big dog? Thanks for tuning in. Miss AI says the story behind the kennel name is dope. Appreciate that, Miss AI. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's how it was, man. That was exactly how it went down. You know what I mean? That was exactly how it went down. And you know, that's how we named it. It wasn't just us just like, let's come up with some crazy intimidating name, you know what I mean? But you know, as I'm telling a 70-year-old lady in my 40s that my kennel name's Killinois Kennels, they always look like, and then I have to let them know I named it that when I was 18, and it's something grew into something bigger than we even thought it would at that time. And it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Kill the noise. You know what I mean? Because that's literally what it was for. The song would say, his dude's name was Rusty Chains, and it says something about Killinois. You could search that song up. I would play it on here, but they'll copyright us. and knock down the whole live. You understand what I'm saying? But Rusty Chains is the dude that said it. Search Rusty Chains Killinois, and you go hear how old that song is, and you'll understand that it really was named that. You know what I mean? That type of deal. Red from the bottom says, it's a great name. My dad always gave our dogs family last names on the paperwork, so I went with family name naturally. Yeah, and I mean, that's what everybody did for the most part, especially way back in the day. You know what I mean? That's how it was back in the day, like way back in the day. But you know, you got to keep in mind, me at this age of starting this, you know, things was a little bit different. You know what I mean? Things was a little bit different in 1999. You know, that was when people were starting to come up with different kennel names and not just your last name, but like probably in the 80s or before, that's all people used was their last name. You know what I mean? York Kennels, Jenny York, you know what I mean? Jesse, I got 3 G's for male too. That's right. That's right, Jesse. Give me a call, man. Give me a call and we'll see what we can do for you, man. See what we can do for you. Hey, Evie Evie Ramos says, "Hey, Killinois fam in the house." Okay, that's right. That's right. Are you a Killinois family member? If you are, let us know. I'm not familiar with your name, but that kind of what is going on? That stuff's super loud for y'all, man. Let me know in the comment section. I'm trying to make it a little bit more entertaining for y'all. Big Rob says, at JH, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. That was JH telling Big Rob that his mail was super nice. Miss AI says, how did things go with Matt? Was he able to sell the pups? Yeah, he most definitely did. He most definitely did. He sold out that whole litter in less than a week's time. And our ground shipper Mike went and pulled up, and our ground shipper Mike pulled up on him and delivered all those puppies, man. We're gonna bring Matt on and let him kind of tell how things went. You know what I mean? I wanted to do it like today, but everything was so last minute, and I didn't want to, put Matt on the spot like that. That type of deal. Alexis Hubbard. Okay. Killinois family in the building right here. And that's going to be Killinois family. He says, jump on those puppies. This is not easy to find good quality puppies for this price. And there's people trying to buy my boy Goku right now. And I'm trying to tell them where to get them at. That's right. I know that's right. His boy Goku, that's Killinois family again, man. Big shout out to Killinois family, bro. I don't want to mess your name up, bro. I gotta find out your name for real, for real. But big shout out to our Killinois family member right there, man, with his boy Goku. And you know what? Let's go ahead and show you guys Goku so you guys can see exactly who what he's talking about. He's telling you right now that he's got people trying to buy his adult dog from him. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't blame him, because I told my partners we should have kept that boy. Can y'all hear me? What is this? Hold on. We detected your mixer device is mixing. Please reconnect and click. I see you guys comment, but let me know if you guys can hear me right now. Yo. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. My bad, man. I had a problem with one of my programs here. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Where was we at? My bad. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this Killinois family member's dog here. Let's go ahead. Super, super nice boy, man. And I fully understand why people are trying to tell you what, you a lot of people will try to buy this dog from you, bro. You got a monster. Super, super nice boy right here. Here we go. Here we go. This right here is going to be his page, man. Make sure you guys get over there and follow him. He's bullies_bullies on Instagram. This boy is super, super nice. This is the God of War clone. And I promoted this dog as in a video as a puppy, saying that this boy is a God of War clone. And these guys picked him up. And I'll tell you what, man, look at this boy, because that's exactly what he is. I called it when he was a puppy, man. I called it when he was a puppy. Super, super nice bull right here. There he is, running around in the backyard type of deal. Might be the dog park, actually. Yeah, it's part of the dog park. Look at this boy. Man, I wish I could show this stuff better, man. Yeah, that ain't working. That's about as good as I can get it. Anyways. Yeah, that ain't. Oh, man, I'm fucking. Excuse me. Excuse my language. My bad. Where we at? 33 people in the building, man. It looks like it's starting to die down a little bit, but for you guys that are still, we can't see it. We can't see it. You guys can't see that right there? You guys can see that. Right? Can you guys see it? I see it. All right, man. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's these up and down videos, man. You got to take some take some side shots, take some side videos, some horizontal videos for us, big dog, so we can post them on the channel. Look at that boy right there. God of War clone, man. This is exactly what God of War looks like to a T. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how we sold that dog. We sold that dog as a puppy, as you know, letting these guys know that he was a God of War clone. What's going on? We got 29 people in the building. Like I said, man, it's starting to clear out a little bit. We've been live for a minute. We're talking about some other stuff. I'm bored, just gonna be sitting here, man. If you guys got, if for anybody that wants to see the puppies again, go ahead and let it be known in the comment section. I'm just showing some love to our Killinois family members that is in here, man. That's it. So you know, just keep the live going, that type of deal. Straight God of War clone, man. Super, super nice boy. That's him more as a little puppy. He was 7 months old here. 7 months old there. But man, big shout out to our Killinois family members in the building, man. Super nice boy, man. Straight up. This boy. And keep in mind, this dog's just a little bit over a year. This dog's just a little bit over a year right here, man. Bull. Straight bull. And this is the, you know, we're showing, you know, you guys have seen Kratos tonight. That's another God of War son. This is going to be another God of War son right here, producing straight bulls and providing them to our Killinois family members, man. Straight up. That's what we, you know, we're happy when somebody, you know, when somebody picks up a dog from us and it turns out to be in a straight monster. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. Let's get on ahead. Get back up in here. Any puppies coming off a dollar bill? Not right at this exact moment, but we most definitely will have some stuff going on with that boy in the future. That's gonna be a Killinois family member right there. Isaiah's Ramos right there, man. Man, what's up with my big shout out to Killinois family in the building. That's gonna be his boy right there out of series last litter with G Baby. Super nice boy right there. Jose Hernandez says Arizona. Okay, are you a Killinois family member, big dog? I see a couple dogs in there. I'm not 100% sure if you are or not. CJ Cardinal says, what was your first bully? My first real true bully was Killinois Kennels Debo. Killinois Kennels Debo. That was my very first one that I would say was a bully. I had a couple dogs before that that was like they were really just nice Amstaffs, but you know, Killinois Kennels Debo was my first real American bully. Darcy Smith says, yes, we can hear you, fam. Okay, dope. Miss AI says, Rig goes out for walks 4 to 5 times a day, and there's not a walk that goes by that someone doesn't stop me and ask about Rig. The quality pups out of Killinois is top tier. I know that's right. And man, wait till you guys see that boy Riggs right there. It looks like she changed her picture, but man, I'll tell you what, she sent me a picture of this dog that this boy is a bull, a straight bull. Straight bull. There was like a picture, Miss AI, that you had put him like he was like about to be on your back or something. I'm talking about crazy, dude. This dude's head and neck was everything I told her he was gonna be too. Real talk. Jesse says it's all good. Okay, you can call me Nay. All right, Nay. Okay, there you go, Nay. Most hated native says, great answer. I want people to know this ish ain't easy, and it's definitely not cheap. Most definitely not. We can't see. Diamond Cow says, yeah, I see that monster. I remember that pup. Killinois family. I was close to going for him. That's right, man. That's our Killinois family member, Diamond Cow, right there, you guys. Big shout out to Diamond Cow. I'll tell you what, the dog you got ain't no slouch, man. That boy Diamond Cow got is off the hook. Off the hook. That boy, I can't wait to see him, bro, when he gets fully mature. I don't know what he's looking like right now. Those dogs are in kind of a linky stage right at this moment. But I'm telling you right now, that boy is going to be insane. Says, yeah, he looks great. That's right. Darcy Smith says, I want female number 2. Okay, that's right. Killinois family. Get with us. Evie Ramos says, yes, we are part of the Killinois family. My family and I got a male from Siri and Boss World's G Baby litter. Okay, that's right. Evie Ramos. Am I saying that right? I hope I am. Evie Ramos. That's what's up, man. I wonder what male you got, man. That was a super nice litter, man, and there was tons of nice males. You know, all of our Killinois family members is putting pictures of their dogs in their profile picture. You know, if you don't mind doing that, do that. Put a picture of your boy in there. We would love to see him. Tiffany Gage, that's another Killinois family member right there, man. Big shout out to Tiffany Gage in the building. They actually picked up 2 dogs from our kennel, man. Big shout out to Tiffany and her husband, Bert. We appreciate you guys. Alejandro Duran says, imagine him at 3 years old. They're talking about that boy, Goku, that God of War clone. And I'm telling you, you're 1,000% right. That dog's got probably 2 major pops coming after that. And man, insane, badass dog. That's another dog. I told my partner, you should have kept that dog. JH says, hit that like button, everyone. Let's go. That's right. That's right. That's right, man. I'm trying to keep the live going, you guys. Make sure y'all hit that like button so YouTube will push this out. I'm not just begging for likes. We're trying to get YouTube to push this live out for more people to see. The more people we get in here, the more people asking questions, commenting, the longer we'll keep this going. I myself am on here, man. I'm on here just to BS with you guys. We're past the puppies right now. You know, what time is it right now? We've been on here coming up on 2 hours. Here in a second, I might take a little bathroom break for about 2 seconds. But I've been over here drinking water, trying not to foam at the mouth here from all the talking I'm doing. But yeah, big shout out to everybody tapped into the building, man. Jamie Perez in the building. That's going to be our Killinois family member out there. Big shout out to them guys. We appreciate you. That's Rocky Mountain Bully Empire right there. What's up, brother? Killinois Kennels, let's go. That's right. Big shout out to the Rocky Mountain Bully Empire. And also Killinois family. We appreciate y'all. Kratos. Kratos. Kratos is a monster. Most definitely. Appreciate that, big dog. I'm telling you, God of War is really doing his thing, man. You know, if you guys want to see a God of War Productions video, let us know in the comment section right now. You know, I've been thinking about putting one of those together because he's really been laying it down, man. And if you guys got a God of War kid, make sure you guys get some footage out to us ASAP. And whenever you know, for all of our Killinois family members, when you're recording your dog, make sure you turn your phone sideways and record it like that. And turn your phone sideways and then press record. Excuse me. It'll be way better for YouTube. And if you're tripping because you want to make an Instagram post, I will turn it into a vertical video for you. How about that? All of our Killinois family, record sideways, and if you want it to be a vertical video, I'll send it to you. You know, but on YouTube, the horizontal videos will look way better. So, you know, for sure. Pete C, the Killinois family is in the building, man. Big shout out to the Killinois family. That's going to be Pete C out there. It says, best damn bully family in the whole world, Killinois Kennels. You know, if you guys have watched this live, look how many Killinois family members are in here. These are all people that have picked up dogs from our kennel. And that dog you guys are looking at in his profile picture is his boy Pua, that is the littermate brother to our boy Killinois Kennels, Busy Bone. Diamond Cow says, people stop for my bullies all the time and they haven't even matured. If you want the real deal, press until you get a pup out the yard. That's right. That's right, Diamond Cow. That's right. Look at him. See, he changed his picture. He changed his picture. That's all right. I almost didn't even know that was you, big dog. He changed his profile picture to his dogs, man. I'm going to try to send you a good picture for that, bro. A good picture to use for that. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to see him in that little picture. You know what I mean? I'll send you a real nice picture of your boy to post on there. That way they can really see him. That type of stuff. I'll send you a good shot of him. I got a real good one. Straight up. That boy, you got it. You know, as you guys can see, he's got two black tri dogs there. So he's going to be putting those two together and having some super nice pups once the time's due. You know what I mean? Big shout out to Diamond Cow. Another major Killinois family member, man. Killinois family is in the building, man. All these guys, you guys are seeing, man. These are all our customers. And like I said, you know, everything that I've been telling you guys, like that one, I didn't even know that was a Killinois family member. And it's because I don't know your screen name. I don't know that, you know, I don't know that. But, you know, we just found out who they was, and hopefully they'll put a picture of their dog on their profile and we'll get to know you. You know what I mean? If you're Killinois family member in here and you don't ever say nothing, I might not know who you are. Get in here, rep the Killinois family, throw pictures of your dogs on there, and we're going to let everybody know exactly who y'all are. Real talk. Shout out to the whole Killinois family, man. Real talk. And shout out to the new up-and-coming Killinois family members that'll be coming up tomorrow, man. Tomorrow it goes down. Alejandro Duran says, I have a grandson out of Killinois Blue Enzo boy. That's going to be ABKC champion, you know, Blue Enzo boy. That's right. That's right. That's a Debo son right there, man. Big shout out to you. That's what's up, big dog. That's what's up. That's the picture, Miss AI. Look at that boy right there. Look how thick he is. Man, I need to like, Miss AI, can you send me that on Instagram? Keep it though. Keep it like that because that boy looks great right there. But send me that picture on Instagram right now and I'll pull it up so everybody can get a real good look at it. Shout out to Miss AI. Appreciate you. PC says, I wish I got a Killinois business card for every time people ask me where I got Pooh at. Huh, that's right, man. Here soon we're gonna get some new ones made. And I got some older ones, but they're so outdated, man. But here soon, man, I'm gonna send you some business cards, Pete. I'm gonna send you some. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Diamond Kyle says, yeah, D went to get his 6-month-old rabies shots a few weeks ago. He weighs as much as the girl who just turned 2. He's a beast. That's right. That's right. That boy's going to be insane, man. I love that boy, bro. That might be a dog we might be tapping in at for Killinois Kennels, man. That boy is off the hook. Dude, that's going to be a boy that you need to show, bro. You need to get him out to some shows for real. You know, I wouldn't say right now, but definitely once he fully matures. 44 people in the building, man. Big shout out to all you guys. If you haven't already, please make sure you guys hit that like button and share out the live. We got our Killinois family member, Tiffany Gage, in the building again. She says, I love my fur babies. They bust my balls every day. Spoiled brats, but my God, they are so beautiful. I know that's right, man. Big shout out to Tiffany Gage and Bert Gage, Killinois family out there in Connecticut. Prime says, how do you tell right away how they're going to look like when they are full grown? Man, I mean, just over years and years and years of doing this, man. I mean, you can't really tell. There's no way. That's all in God's hands. But you could feel very, very confident. You know what I mean? And I'm right a lot of the times. You can ask that Killinois family member that's got that God of War son. He looks identical, straight clone to him. Like I'm talking about God of War looks like identical to that dog. You understand what I'm saying? And that boy ain't even done yet. Excuse me. That boy ain't even done yet. But yeah, man, you know, you can kind of have an idea, but there's no way to fully tell. You know what I mean? There's no way to fully tell. That stuff's all in God's hands, my boy. Prime, if you are a boy. Santoro Cole says, I see it, but not clear. I don't know, big dog. It might be your connection. Everything looks to seem to be clear over here on my side. It says my connections are excellent, so I would imagine I'm pretty good. Daniel Libby says 20 plus years and I will have a Killinois dog and we will make noise with my daughter. Junior handling will champ one of your dogs, promise. 20 plus years? Why you waiting 20 years on us, Dan? Damn, bro. If I read that right, don't be waiting 20 years on us, my boy. This is my own personal homie, guys. So don't think I would just talk to somebody random like that. You know, that's my homie Dan Libby, man. Bill Thomas says, what's up, Dayton? What would be your top 3 Killinois Mount Rushmore? That's a hard one, man. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I'll tell you what, man. Guys, I have to use the restroom. I've been on here for a minute, okay? So I'm going to walk away. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm coming right back. And when I get back, we're going to get to this comment right here, okay? Give me 2 minutes here. I just got to use the restroom really quick. I've drank so much water, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. shout out to you guys, man. Looks like most of y'all stayed, man. Appreciate y'all, man. We about to get this going here in a second. Let me get my stuff together here. My bad, man. Big shout out to you guys for staying in here, man. A lot of times we get people dipping out in that situation. Well, sorry, man. I gotta drink this water. That way I can keep talking without foaming, man. Got me sitting here running my mouth. Here we go. Excuse me. All right, Bill Thomas. Here we go, man. You're putting me on the spot right here, my boy. You're putting me on the spot. You know, to me, when you're talking about Mount Rushmore, it has to be the dogs at the beginning. You know what I mean? It has to be. You know what I mean? Now, if we were doing a top 5, my list would be different. You understand what I'm saying? But for Mount Rushmore, what's that? Top, you're saying 3, but isn't Mount Rushmore 4? But we'll go ahead and do 3. Of course, my Mount Rushmore for Killinois Kennels is, let me see, is for 1 will be Debo. Most definitely. He'll be the very first one you see. Then you're going to have Rocky right next to there. You know what I mean? And let's pull these dogs up, man, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Let's pull these dogs up. Let me see here. My bad. I ain't going to make you watch me do all this searching for these pictures because these are older pictures. But that type of stuff, man. They shut down our Facebook page on our Killinois Kennels Facebook page because we're promoting dogs on there, man. People can get on there and shoot at each other and feed their baby, their newborn baby, and all this stuff, man. And I can't promote my dogs on my business page for Killinois Kennels because it has something to do with pets. It is unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. So, you know, they didn't really shut down the page. I just can't do, they did shut down the page. You understand what I'm saying? But that type of deal. But let me see here. Man, I got all. You guys know who Rocky and Debo is, man. I'm not going to pull all that up. But yeah, I would say Rocky, Debo, and then who would be the third one? Rocky, Debo, and I'm going to put Napoleon there, man. Rocky, Debo, and Napoleon. You know, and this ain't no shout out to the other Killinois members. You know what I mean? You know, I feel like Napoleon, you know, Rocky and Debo were the foundation, my 2 foundation studs that really, you know, put us on the map, produced a lot of nice dogs for us. And Napoleon is, you know, Napoleon's like a new dog that kind of, you know, kind of took over. You know what I mean? You know, when we first busted Napoleon out, bro, people was blown, mind blown. You know what I mean? And that's my top 3. You understand what I'm saying? Killinois Kennels members, if any of you guys are in here and you got your top 3, let it be known. You understand what I'm saying? Let it be known. But I'm going to say Rocky, Debo, Rocky, and Napoleon. You understand what I'm saying? That's going to be my top 3 for just like, you know, the foundation, and then Napoleon is like, you know, one of my favorite dogs of all time. You understand what I'm saying? So that's going to be my top 3 for the Mount Rushmore. If Killinois Kennels members are in here, put yours in there. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. Rob716 says, Eve Rames, I got your dogs, bro. Put up that pic, Killinois family. That's right. That's right. He's got that boy. You know, let's go ahead and find that, man. Let's go ahead. That'll be something that I can pull up for you guys real quick. Rob Nichols. I mean, I know a lot of you guys already seen him, but there might be some people, you know, you guys seen him in our last live, but let's let somebody else check him out. Maybe they ain't seen this boy. That's gonna be Rob's boy. out of that G baby and Siri litter on the left. You can't really see him right there. Well, you can see him not in the actual profile picture, but him in the background. This isn't the best picture of him. As a matter of fact, his head looks even bigger than that. You know what I mean? Here's a little clip of him. Boy is insane. Insane. This is Nico from Siri's last litter. He come out of G Baby and Siri. And this boy is just a little over a year as well. So this is the type of dog you can be. This is the type of dog that you could be expecting from the puppies that we're going to have for sale coming tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? Dogs like this. It's a very similar breeding, that type of deal. You know what I mean? This boy is barely, you know, and like I said, man, we're showing you guys these dogs. These are our customers' dogs, man. This is what we're offering our customers. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. You know what I mean? And, you know, there was tons of nice boys off of this litter. I can't wait to see the rest of them. And like Rob says, you know, Evie, if you got a picture of your boy, put it in, you know, as your profile picture so we can take a look at it. Let's see here. Be another one. They keep this boy Nico in the weight room, man. They keep this boy in the weight room like you can see. And I'll tell you what, it shows, man. It shows. Here he is playing in that buffalo snow. You know, this was a couple months back. He was barely a year old in this stuff. Maybe not even a year at this time. He might have been about, I think he was 11 months old at this time right here. Look at that boy. Look at that head on that boy. Badass boy, man. He looks like, to me, that boy favors female number one. Well, she favors him. She looks like him. You understand what I'm saying? I feel like her head's going to look like that. Super, super nice girl, man. And this boy right here is insane. You know, here he is watching Killinois Kennels. That's Rocky right there. That was Rocky I was telling you guys about. So impressed with this breeding that he was trying to. That's Rocky. He's barking at Rocky right now. That's our boy Rocky. That's one of them Mount Rushmore dogs right there. Insane. Insane. Make sure I'll get over here and follow these Killinois family members, man. Follow the Killinois family members, man. Gotta cancel that. Look at this boy. Look at him. He's determined. He's determined. Look at that boy. Damn, is that not? Oh, man, you guys are hearing. This sounds like crap, right? Damn. Can y'all hear me? Trying to. Damn, that sounds like crap. Damn. Sorry about that, you guys. I told you I had my program restart. It might have had some stuff echoing for a second. That type of deal. But yeah, this is Siri's son from her last litter. Not even probably barely 11 months old right here. Look at the head on that boy. This boy's got a whole nother pop going too. This boy's got a whole nother pop going too as well. Russell Estevez says, aloha, Killinois Ohana. Big shout out to Russell Estevez and his family out there. That female that you guys are seeing in this profile picture right here, that is another female from this litter. From that same exact litter of this boy that you're looking at right now. That's going to be Nico's sister. Super, super nice girl located out there in Hawaii with our Killinois family members, man. Big shout out to you guys for tuning in. Real talk. Real talk. Man, I wish I could show you a better picture. I wish I could show you that. Russell, if you can, send me that picture on Instagram. Send me that picture in your profile picture on Instagram, and I'll see if I can pull it up. Let me go ahead and see. Let me go ahead and check some stuff out, you guys, real quick. See if I can pull it. It might already be in my Instagram. Let me see here. Big shout out to the Killinois family in the building, man. Like I said, that female that you're looking at right there is here we go. Make sure you guys, I never pull these guys' Instagram up. They got some other dogs as well. They ain't got a whole lot on here, but let me see if see. Everybody going through all. Okay. If you can, guess who's watching? Rob Nichols. We'll pull that up here in a second. We're gonna pull that up here in a second. Rob Nichols boy is always sitting there tapped into the lives, bro. That shit's crazy. Excuse me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy work. Where we at? Okay. Damn, I should have. Well, anyways, here it is, you guys. We'll pull it up real quick for y'all. Hopefully you guys can see this a little bit better. You know, if you can, Russell, send that up. Well, it's not that great. But this girl is solid, man. Solid female. Let me see if I can. Oh. Look at her right there. Bad female. That's from series last litter too. You know, so you guys are being able to see productions off of this, you know, similar breeding. That type of deal. Let me see here. Let's go ahead and go to. That's gonna be our boy. That's gonna be Rob's boy Nico right there, sitting here watching the live right along with you guys, as you guys can see. But let's see here. We got Ronnie Roscoe says, shout out to the whole Killinois family. We got the Killinois family, Ronnie Roscoe out there in New York in the building, man. Big shout out to you for tuning in, big dog. Big shout out to you for tuning in. Let me see here. Let's get into something different, man. Man, if you guys haven't, man, make sure you guys get over to Top Dog TV and subscribe to that channel. We only got about 567 subscribers on there, but it's a really dope channel. And if you haven't seen this video, man, it's gonna be a dope channel. There's only one video on there. But if you guys haven't seen this video, make sure you guys go check it out, man. This is kind of explaining Top Dog TV a little bit better, letting you guys know exactly what's going on, letting you know where we're coming from, our goal, and all that. You know what I mean? Our goals, what we're trying to do with this, and all that, man. It's a super dope video. If you guys haven't get.
I'm Rasul Thomas. I got a Top Dog, and I'm on Top Dog TV.
That video's not on Killinois Kennels channel. It's not, or yeah, this video is not on Killinois Kennels channel. So if you're not tapped in over there, then you haven't seen this video. This video, we break down the whole situation of how Top Dog TV was created, our goals, everything we've done so far. It'll give you a better idea of what's yet to come from Top Dog TV. Super dope, man. All these
Top Dog TV. Hi, I'm Orlando Gonzalez, and I have a Top Dog
video, you guys. If you haven't seen that, make sure you guys go check it out. Jesse says, got to bounce. Good luck to everyone trying to get a pup. Appreciate you, Jesse. Thanks for always tuning in, man. We appreciate you. Give me a call, bro. Give me a call. Ryan Campbell says, salute Dayton and Killinois Kennels. Appreciate you, Ryan Campbell. Big shout out to Ryan Campbell, man. Like I said in our previous live, Ryan Campbell's more of a Killinois family member just because he ain't got a dog. He's family, man. Big shout out to Ryan Campbell. Longtime supporter. He might be the longest supporter. He might be the oldest supporter we got in here right now. Not as far as age, but as far as people that have been rocking out with us. Ryan Campbell is an OG subscriber. Big shout out to Ryan Campbell. JH says, let's keep this live going. Drop those questions and comments. I know that's right. We've been in here a little over 2 hours, you know. I'm bored. I'm ready to chill, kick it with y'all. You know what I mean? That type of deal. And, you know, once it gets too boring in here, man, we'll go ahead and shut it down. But I'm in here. I'm open to talk about anything. Get your questions in, comments, all that. That type of deal. I ain't trying to really shut it down, man. I'm kind of bored. That type of deal. But I also don't want to get on here and wear this out and have y'all be like, screw this. I ain't tuning in ever again. You know what I mean? Half day from Northern Mariana Islands, Killinois family. Okay, that's what's up, man. Big shout out to these guys, man, from the Caribbean. All these guys from the Caribbean in here tapped in. Ryan Campbell says white folks. He's saying that white folks should be on that Mount Rushmore. Most definitely, man. Most definitely. You know, you're probably right about that. But, you know, Napoleon was just a super special dog to me, man, because he was like, you know, he was like a throwback Rocky coming out. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I have so much love for Napoleon. You know what I mean? He's like, he has that look like Rocky and just was a real, you know, and that is our dog done our way. You understand what I mean? That type of stuff, you know, just as well as with white folks. White folks was more, I love the way white folks produced, but I love the way I love more the way Napoleon looked. You understand what I'm saying? And that isn't taken away from white folks' looks or anything like that at all. You know, this is a dope video, you guys. If you haven't seen it, man, you know, I watched this video myself a couple of weeks ago. That's how good it was. Really, really dope, you know? White folks. That's right, that's right, that's right. It says crazy. Most hated native says, what's your opinion on the platinum pedigrees from the ABKC? I'm not 100% sure. You know, I haven't really dug in that deep with that stuff. You know what I mean? I know they're like doing something where you get a better pedigree if you do a bunch of this and a bunch of that, you know. You know, this is something I feel like they should have been done a long time ago, not do it when, you know, there becomes problems. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. They should have did this a long time ago if they was going to do it. Killinois Mike in the building. He says, I'm late, but I'm here, Killinois Kennels. That's right. Big shout out to our partner, Mike. Hey, you know what, Mike, man? Hit me up after this live or something, bro. Hit me up. I need to holler at you for sure. Big shout out to the homie Mike for tuning in. We got Vince in the building. That's another Killinois family member in the building right there. Vince says, hey, Dayton. That's his boy Taser in the comments. We just was speaking on Taser earlier. He says, hey, Dayton, you hit a home run with this pairing. This litter is amazing. Killinois family. That's right. Appreciate you, Killinois family. Thanks for tuning in, big dog. Atomic CJ says, what's your next pairing in mind? I would like to see Nino Brown to China White pups. And those two will produce probably cool colors too. Yeah, that's not a bad matchup, man. As far as our next matchup, you know, that matchup's a little bit tight on the blood, but I know why you want to do it. You like that blue and white flashy stuff. That's why. But yeah, and that's, and you know, that's cool. That's, you know, that's, you know, for sure. But what is up next is, I'm not even 100% sure what's up next, to be quite honest with you, man. My mind's all over the place right at this exact moment. And plus, we don't really try to talk about what's up next as far as breedings go whenever we're here promoting a litter. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're speaking on this one specifically. But we do got other crazy stuff in the works. We stay busy. You know, the quality doesn't ever change over here, man. We keep it going and that type of stuff. So, you know, we do have some other real nice stuff going on, man. Stay, you know, but we got some really nice stuff going on right now as well. Most hated native says, do you embark your dogs? You know, we haven't done, we've had before, but we don't do it all the time, that type of stuff. Not just because we're ducking it, just because we just haven't, you know what I mean? That type of stuff. You know, big shout out to those people that are doing that. And, you know, we might start doing that here soon, you know, now that all this stuff is being brought up to the, you know, with the ABKC and all that type of stuff. Like, you know, we'll probably be getting in, shooting in for some of those platinum pedigrees for sure. Blackbeard Zero says, what's up, big dog? What's good with you, big dog? Thanks for tuning in. Keanu Burgess says Killinois Hammers. I know that's right. I know that's right. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. Thanks for always tuning in. Man Jack Bullies is in the house. That's another Killinois family member, man. Big shout out to Man Jack Bullies. That's gonna be the homie Derek Lee. And you know, he picked up 2 pups from our last drop out there in the Caribbean. You know what? He sent me some videos. Let me see if I can pull one of those up for you guys. This will be a nice little sneak peek for you guys that have stayed in here. You know, we'll give you guys a little prize. This will be something that you guys will be seeing here soon in an upcoming video. And for the people that didn't watch this live and watch it all the way to this point, you know, then they'll just see it when we drop that video for the first time. But let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Let me see. Big shout out to the homie Derek Lee in the building, man. That's our Killinois family member right there. Big shout out to you for tuning in, bro. I'm going to see if I can pull up your dog right now. I got to figure out where this stuff is sent to and all that, but let me see here. I know I got that stuff. It's somewhere hidden. I wasn't quite prepared for this, but we'll go ahead and find it right now. See if I can find it for you guys. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Sorry about that, you guys. I'm trying to find something dope for you. You guys will appreciate this. Trust me. You guys will appreciate this. Thank you. Damn it, I don't know where that's. Man, I don't know where that's at right now. I can't find it right at this exact moment, man. But let me. And I don't want to show it that way, man. Let's just pull up Derek Lee's. We'll pull up Derek Lee's Instagram so you guys can see that. Yeah, that type of stuff, man. I had him send me some videos, and he's got some videos of his dogs on there, and we'll go ahead and pull that up right now. Oh, okay, he's got a lot of different stuff on here. Let me see. Here's a little clip of him out there living in the Caribbean, as you guys can see, man. That's gonna be our Killinois family member, Derek Lee, out there with his kids out by the beach. Try to make this look a little bit better for y'all. That type of stuff. You know, those are the 2 pups he picked up from our last drop over here, man. And as you guys can see, they're out there living in paradise, man. Super, super dope, man. I'm going to try to get some videos going because Derek Lee did send me some good stuff. And Derek Lee, I need you to email me these videos, bro. Everything that you're sending me, I need you to email them to me because when you send them through Messenger or the messages, that type of stuff, it really tears up the quality, man. It really tears up the quality. But here they are. I believe this is in his actual hometown. You know, when he first got him, I think he was in Antigua, but now this is Montserrat. And as you guys can see, like the black sand and that type of stuff. And see, I got this all messed up. Damn it. Hold on, my bad, y'all. Let me fix this. As you guys can see, there they are, man, at the beach, living it up. That type of deal, man. Killinois families out there doing it big out there in the Caribbean. And matter of fact, you know, let me see here. It's got a lot of pictures and stuff. Make sure you guys get over there and give our Killinois family members some follows, man. Afternoon chill in my backyard after the heavy rain. Look, this is in his backyard, man. That's paradise for real, for real. They're over there living it, living it up, man. It's good to see, and like I said, man, in one of our previous lives, we had let everybody know that, like international customers, because it's been super hard for international customers to get dogs from our kennel. We've been letting everybody know that if you are international and you are seriously interested in purchasing a dog, we'll make it happen for you. And off of this drop, this guy got 2, and then we sold another one out to Barbados. These dogs live in Montserrat, and the other one went to Barbados, and I'll be pulling that up for you guys here in a second. Let me see here. You guys can get over there to his Instagram and check it out. All this stuff will look a little bit better on his page. Get over there and give Derek Lee a follow, you guys. He's got 56 followers right now. Get over there and give him a follow. Let me see here. This is going to be our other Killinois family member out there. I thought it was Carrie. I think it is Carrie. That type of deal. Give him a follow back. I didn't know I wasn't not following, man. Sometimes I just be moving too fast, you guys. Sometimes I just be moving too fast. But here's their boy. This is the picture of him out there living it up in the Caribbean, you guys. Super, super nice boy out of Busy Bone and Medusa right here. Super, super nice boy. Big shout out to our family members carrying them. I don't know if they're tapped into the live, that type of stuff, but big shout out to them, man. Big shout out to them. Debo says, do you still have Napoleon? Is he still breeding? Take him to Siri. Yeah, we still got Napoleon, we haven't really been breeding him, but he is able to breed. You got to keep in mind, Napoleon's like 10 years old right now. He's an old man. You know what I mean? But I would love to see that one go down as well. But, stay tuned for 6 series. Like we're not even 100% if we're going to breed Siri again. But if we do, we got something totally different where we're going to be doing, and you never know. That could be a possibility. Stay tuned for it. Miss AI said, would be your favorite female version of Mount Rushmore? Let me see. I'm going to say, if like with me, Mount Rushmore are like the pioneers, the beginning, the guy, those type of deal. You know what I mean? So for me, it's going to be our girl Envy, which was just out of Short Shot and Steel. And then our girl Prodigy, which was out of Hennessy and Paradise. And third, we'll do something a little newer. We'll go ahead and call it Stella. There you go. We'll call it Stella. But man, we got so many, and keep in mind, man, these things could change by the day. You understand what I'm saying? That's how much cool dogs we have had, that type of stuff. You know what I mean? But I would say Envy, Prodigy, and Stella. Rob716 says, Napoleon got me interested from the jump. I know that's right. Rob716. I know that's right. Appreciate you, bro. Vince says, need to take off, but good luck to all those trying to get a pup. Appreciate you, Vince. Thanks for tapping in, man. Big shout out to the homie Vince for tapping in. Appreciate you, big dog. Annette Jones says, very proud of the Nino and Nyla productions. I know that's right. That's Mama Killinois right there. She's talking about she's proud of those productions because she's the one that actually put those dogs together. Vince's dog that you guys just got done seeing, came off of that Nino Brown and Nala litter. what's his name? Miss AI's dog. That dog came from the Nino and Nala litter. And man, I wish I could show you that whole picture of that dog. Let me see. Miss AI, you think you can text me if you're still in here? Do you think you can send that picture that you use for your profile picture of to my Instagram, please? I sent the pic. Oh, she already did. Okay, here, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. I don't know why it ain't pulling up in there. I got these messages all mixed up. It's probably in my general. What's this? God. Okay, here they are. They're in my request. Look at that boy. Look at that thick old boy right there. There you go. There you go, Miss Mama Killinois, Miss Annette. There's another one right there from Nino and Nala. Look at that boy. Monster. Here soon, yeah, here I'm gonna be putting get together a video, man. But for you guys that are in the live, I wanted you guys to see this boy. Super nice boy right here. Real talk. Let's go ahead and get into some different stuff besides the Instagram stuff, man. Is there anything you guys want to check out? Any videos? Any, you know, I could pull up some old show vlogs, that type of deal. You know, I'm in here, man. I'm in here for you guys. JH says, yeah, Nino and Nala did their thing. Excuse me, for sure. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yep, that's right. Mama Killinois has been producing some nice bulls, man. Bill Thomas says, have you ever had any updated pups of the Big Clout pups from a couple years ago? Yeah, I mean, we just showed you guys one a little bit earlier, and you know, I have got some, but you know, I have got some. Matter of fact, here's one on my phone right here. I ain't gonna be able to show it to you real good on here, but see how good that'll look. Man, that doesn't do him no justice. That boy is put together, boy. Put together. That's going to be, I think that was male number 4 from that litter. But yeah, we have got some updates. I don't really know where everything is right now. You know what I mean? But we'll be showing all that stuff here soon. Like I said, I got some free time coming up, man. Right now, I'm currently working on Top Dog TV's next drop. So I am going to go live to kind of make up for the content that we're not posting while I'm working on this really long video. But as soon as I get that done, we will put together, you know, we got some more other stuff in the works as far as, you know, breedings and stuff like that. But then I'll put together a real nice Killinois customer compilation video for you guys. For sure. And if you guys are Killinois family members, man, get some footage out, man. Get some footage out. I don't like to specifically hit you guys up and bother you for it, but you know, make sure you guys send us some footage to our email. And if you need any help making that happen, I will help you. You know, it's a little bit different than just sending a regular email, but I can walk you through the whole thing. Nino times Nala family. That's right. That's right. Man Jack says we'll sort it out. Yeah, for sure. Make sure you send those videos to the email, big dog. Atomic says CJ says got it, big dog. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most Hated Native says, since you deal with mostly standards and pockets, what is your take on dwarfism? I mean, you know, there's a lot of people just calling micros dwarfism. And that isn't the case. You know what I mean? Dwarfism is like, it'll have features like, you know, features like little person. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. And I'm not saying you don't know what dwarfism is. I'm just saying there's a lot of people out here throwing a negative stuff onto the American Bullies, preaching dwarfism and all this dumb stuff, man. But as far as, you know, like, yeah, nobody, you know, I personally and us over here at Killinois Kennels, we don't want to be dealing with dwarfism. We're not trying to make little midget dogs. You understand what I'm saying? I probably shouldn't have said that, but we're not trying to make little dogs. You understand what I'm saying? Our pockets are even big. You understand what I'm saying? We have bigger style pockets. You know, we like big pockets and, you know, not too big of standards. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, as far as dwarfism has a lot to deal with how you're doing breedings, and if you're just going crazy too tight on things and stuff like that. We don't really deal with dwarfism over here. You know what I mean? So it's really not a problem that we worry about, you know, that type of stuff. We're trying to up the size on dogs and things like that. JH says Miss AI got a gorilla. That's right. That's right. Most definitely does. Most definitely does. Big shout out to Miss AI. Eric Guerrero says, what's going on all the way from Austin, Texas? Big shout out to you in Austin, Texas. The home of Kill Tony, man. You must be pretty dope living out there in Austin, man. I'd be at that Kill Tony every weekend, man. That's some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen. Mama Killinois in the building. She loves seeing all her productions in here. Miss AI says, what's the best way to find out where the shows are going down? You know, basically, you know, you can follow Kev Green on Facebook. It's going to be my brother Kev Green. You can follow him on Facebook. And I'm also going to be, I'm going to start reposting that type of stuff on Top Dog TV. So that's what I'm going to do. Instead of posting the shows constantly on Killinois Kennels, like we used to in the past, I'm going to just post all the upcoming show stuff on Top Dog TV. And make sure you guys get over there and follow Top Dog TV, because we will start posting heavy on that channel, man. So that's what I'm going to start doing. That's kind of what I made my mind up about doing from now on when I'm sharing show vlog, you know, show videos, unless it's something that we're going to be at specifically, or, you know, something that I'm going to be judging or something along those lines, is whether we're going to be at for Killinois Kennels, we're going to be out there for Top Dog TV, or we're going to just be, you know, be there for, you know, judging, that type of deal. Atomic CJ says, if I had one of your pups, he will be a poser for a camera too, just like he likes to show off for the camera. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I can tell you know what you're doing with a little bit of photography just from your photo right there. That side is shot of your German Shepherd. I believe that's a German Shepherd, if I'm not mistaken. Atomic CJ says, I meant to say just like my boy CJ, he likes to show off for the camera. I know that's right, and that's exactly what I was just saying. I could tell by that picture, for sure. Red from the bottom says, how do I go about getting a stud credit? I have a Rockomania granddaughter I think would carry that Killinois blood well. Yeah, just hit me up, man. 217-280-0151. We leave our number at the end of every video, that type of stuff. Again, 217-280-0151. And, you know, we'll get you locked in. You know, we got tons of studs. You know, go to our channel. You know, let me go ahead and show you guys that real quick. Show you guys this. Well, this is the best way to find our studs. Some of our studs don't have their own videos up because we introduced them with their litters and stuff. But we got tons of stuff, and I'm going to do my best to try to fix all that. You know, that's one thing that I do want to fair warn you guys about. I'm going to drop videos of these studs videos, which is going to be the same footage and the same pedigree breakdown, but I will do a new talk over on the footage to make it better for you guys that have already seen it. But don't get mad at me because it's repeat content. I got to get these stud videos up for, you know, all of our members and all that type of stuff. So it might be the same footage, but it will be some different talking overs. And then, you know, with some dogs, we will try to get updated footage and stuff. But like with Brick, I'm not going to go do a whole new recording of Brick. It's just to make a video for him to have his own stud video. But when you guys see us post those videos, if you've already seen the footage, you know what it is, at least hit the like button, comment on the videos, let the video watch through so those videos can get some views. You know what I mean? We want to, you know, a lot of people see views and that's how they determine on what they're going to choose and things like that, you know, but let's see here. Let me see. When you guys go to our channel, check out, you know, go to Killinois Kennels, check out our channel, then scroll down. You know, for those of you guys that don't really know how to rock and use a YouTube channel, you know what I mean? This is the best way to find out everything you want to know Killinois Kennels related. You know what I mean? Go to our channel, actual page. Here, this will be like videos that you might have never seen before. Here, you can subscribe to Top Dog TV. Here's every video that we've ever posted on our channel. Here's previous live streams, and here's our studs. Here, you're going to see majority of our studs are right here in this video right here. Okay. Yeah, majority of them are in that video right there. And if you click on that link, at the top right there, it'll pull up every stud video that we got on this channel. And some of, you know, like, and we got some crazy deals going on some of these studs. This will show you almost all of them. The only dogs you won't see on there is going to be dogs that are, you know, that we introduce them to our channel from their breeding. And that's why I'm going to be remaking those videos. But you can see all of them right here. We got Big Clout, Big Business, Vanilla Gorilla, Taz, Dollar Bill, God of War, Jax, Napoleon, Baby James, Premier, Dark Low. I'll tell you what, man, for anybody that sees this Dark Low right here, they want to use this boy, I'll let his stud fee go for $1,000. If you're in this live feed, and you've seen this and you want to use Dark Low, goes back to some of the best American Bully Razor's Edge blood in the world. This boy, I'll let it go for $1,000. Must be paid up front. $1,000, it'll lock you in. You can use it whenever you're ready. That type of deal. But yeah, that's the easiest way to find some of our studs. You know, some of the other guys you'll have to like Busy, you know, like to find Busy, you had to go to his video, which I'm going to do the Busy one here soon as well. I'll do the, oh my God. Hold on one second. All right, let's get it. Yeah, it looks like people are starting to dip out once I just started showing that screen, man. If you guys think this is getting played out, getting weared out, let us know in the comments section, man. And, you know, like I said, man, I was bored. I was just going to hang on here with you guys for a while tonight. But, you know, if this is getting played out and boring, I will definitely shut it down and have no problems doing so, man. So let us know in the comment section. Should we keep it rolling? Or should we go ahead and shut it down? You guys let us know in the comments section. You know, this stuff is going to be a lot more boring style content. You know what I mean? Because we're just chopping it up. You know, I'm here chopping it up with you guys. I'm down to, keep it going, that type of stuff. But again, I don't want to wear it out, man. You know, make sure you guys, if you haven't seen the very first Top Dog TV drop, here it is right here. This is going to be, it's got 23,000 views on it already. You know, that was that definitely dropped a minute ago, but you know, did really good, man. Really good. Here's some of our international show vlogs. Real dope videos. This is like shows that I judge internationally. I got another one that I'm gonna add on to this. It's a show in Brazil. It's another real dope one, more current one. But if you guys haven't seen this, look at this video right here. It's sitting at 303,000 views. That shows that it's a great video. You understand what I'm saying? This one right here is sitting at 132,000 views. That shows that it's a great video. This one right here only hit 18,000 views, but I was very surprised, man. This is a dope video, you guys. If you guys haven't seen it, you know, fiending for some Top Dog TV stuff, keep in mind all these shows right here. Here's another one, 350,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, 100,000. These are all show vlogs right here. You know what I mean? Some really dope stuff. Really dope stuff. Let's see here. I got to think of something else to get into, you guys. You know, I got to start hopping. Man, I really wing everything I do on this YouTube channel. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have any like certain like, you know, schedule or anything like, hey, we're going to talk over this, and this. I just go with the flow, you guys. But that's something, you know, as far as criticism that I should probably do a little bit better. And I'm going to start doing that better, man. I'm going to start coming in here with some topics and things. Really, I'm just going live tonight for the upcoming customers tomorrow. If they have any questions about how to get the puppies, if they have any specific questions on, you know, puppies, that type of stuff. And, you know, it is getting boring. Like I said, you know, this stuff's getting a little boring. I'm the only one in here, you guys. I try to get the Killinois members to join us all the time. They're just scared to get on camera, that type of stuff. And, you know, here with Top Dog TV, you know, I'm not going to just start bringing other kennels on. That's thirsty. That's being thirsty, that type of stuff. Trying to use other people's clout for your, you know, that type of stuff, man. You know, when we do bring other kennels on, it'll be lives on Top Dog TV. And I'll tell you what, man, we got some stuff in the works, you guys. Just wait. I don't want to be too open about it right now. You know what I mean? Because people like to steal people's ideas, but I got some crazy stuff in the works. I'm telling you, crazy stuff in the works, and it's already being built. Everything, man. This is crazy stuff. I don't want to ruin it, you know, but stay tuned, you guys. We got crazy stuff coming to both channels, Top Dog TV and Killinois Kennels. You know, that type of deal. Keanu Burgess says, I would love to see the breeding with Napoleon and Pink Starburst. What's your thoughts on that? I think that would be a great breeding. I think that would be a really good breeding, you know. Good eye there, Keanu Burgess. Good eye. I think that would be a really dope breeding, and you never know. That might go down. Atomic CJ says, that's right. It's a German Shepherd. That's right. Red from the bottom said they dipped out to get that deal. Yeah. Go check out, just go check out Dark Low's page, man. $1,000 paid in full. You could use the boy, some of the best blood. He's just an older school dog. You know what I mean? Not meaning that he doesn't hold breed type or anything like that. He's just an older dog, and I'm looking to get him stud. And I'll tell you what, I'll do the same thing with Premier. The same thing with Premier. $1,000 paid in full, you know, within a week's time right here on both of those boys. Get with us and we'll get you right. Rob says Dark Low's the man too. That's right. He is. He most definitely is. Most definitely is. One of Napoleon's best sons, and got the best, probably the best Razor's Edge pedigree of all time. No BS. Go watch that video. Red from the bottom says they want to go see Dark Low to check out that lock-in, because I was going to, but I'm locked in on the live. Yeah, it ain't going nowhere, man. We'll put that up for like a week. You can hang out on the live. Once this video gets over, go check it out. Dark Low, you got to keep in mind, you know, his footage is older, but he's an older dog right now. Right now is not the time to, you know, Dark Low's like 7 years old himself. You know what I mean? He's not like an old shriveled up old man, but he isn't as once what he once was. You know what I mean? He's not in his prime no more. So we won't be doubling back doing a video on him, but he is off the hook. Got some of the best blood, got a monster head, nice bone, well put together dog, short back, real razor's edge dog, man. Real razor's edge dog. JH says they should dip out and get that deal for real. That's right. That's right. Levi Reyes says not boring at all, but I do got peeps coming through. One love again. See you next time, Killinois fam. Yeah, no problem, Levi. No problem at all, bro. We understand ain't everybody gonna sit in here all night, that type of stuff. The live is starting to slow down a little bit, you know what I mean? That type of stuff. We only got about 30 people in here, and I got to use the restroom again. So I could either go use the restroom and come back, or I could just shut it down and go use the restroom. That type of deal. Miss AI says, we chilling with you, D. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'll stay in here and kick it, man. We could do some stuff. We could do some stuff, you know, talk, you know, check out some older videos, that type of stuff. You know, how do you guys feel about me pulling up like an older show vlog and kind of doing a recap, be outside of what's on it? Let me know in the comment section. You know, that'll be something that'll keep it entertaining, keep it to where you're not just staring at me the whole time. And, you know, you guys can get a good view, a little bit better insight on these show vlogs. Most keep it rolling. Okay, that's right. That's right. I'm here, Huckleberry. Okay, that's what's up. Killinois Mike, when they see some of the studs that haven't been introduced yet, the stud video is going to go crazy. Yeah, most definitely. You know what I mean? Most definitely. You know, we got, you know, just think of all the studs we've showed you, right? But think of the studs that we ain't showed you. I'm telling you guys, it's getting better and better over here. The dogs are getting better and better and better. I'm telling you. J.A. says facts. That's right. That's right. Killinois Mark, Dark Low definitely throwing that block head. Most definitely. Most definitely. He's produced some really nice dogs, man. He's produced some really nice dogs. Maybe here in a second we will show those puppies before you leave again. All right. Man, I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to go back. We'll go ahead and I'll show you guys the Dark Low puppies, and then I'll show you guys the puppy. Well, we'll show you the puppies this drop first, and then we'll show you the Dark Low puppies so you guys can see how he's producing. But I'm sorry, you guys. This water is driving me crazy. I have to use the restroom again. I will be right back. You know, shout out to you guys that are going to stay. Shout out to you guys that are going to leave. If you're going to leave, make sure you guys hit that like button before you leave. That would mean a lot. Share out the live to people. And I do have to use the restroom real quick, you guys. I'm sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. If you're here when I get back, we'll keep it rolling. If not, I'll see y'all later. bad, you guys. My bad, you guys. It looks like Miss AI's got a good question on here, man. We're going to go ahead and pull up one of these show vlogs and kind of let you, and we'll kind of talk about, you know, the things that's going down, man. This is another real dope show vlog. If you guys haven't seen it, man, make sure you guys go check it out. Hold up. Oh man, you know what? Hold on a second, man. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's go back over the puppies, man. That's what we're here for tonight. We're gonna go ahead and go back over the puppies, and then we will get to that, Miss AI. I'm sorry about that. We will get back to that, Miss AI. We got time, man. You guys want to chill, that type of stuff. We'll go ahead and get into that here in a second. Let's go ahead and get back to the puppies, man. Is there a specific puppy that you wanted to see, big dog? Is there something that you wanted me to speak on? That type of stuff. You know, that type of stuff. Let's go ahead. Again, this is going to be female number one of my personal favorites from the litter, man. I'm really salty that my partners are actually letting this girl go, man. Straight up, real talk. This is a super nice female right here. You know, whoever ends up picking up this girl is gonna be starting off, you know, whether you're a new kennel, any of that type of stuff. But I mean, it's not just her. I'm just really hurt that my partner is selling this girl, man. She is so badass. I want to keep her so bad. I damn near wanted to buy her myself. All right. Let's see here. Do it. A lot of you guys don't want to just look at that and listen to me talk, man. But here we go. Here we go. That type of stuff. Miss AI, we will get into that. That is a very good question, but I do want to let, you know, go through one last little spot of the puppies. You know, is there something specific you wanted me to speak on, big dog? Is there something specific you wanted me to speak on? Let us know in the comments section. You know, I would imagine you already got a boy, so we looking at the girls right now, and the girls are solid, man. The girls are solid. That type of deal. Yeah. Here we go. Block. Been on here for 3 hours, man. We'll do one quick swipe, man. I really don't hear any more questions about the puppies, that type of deal, man. I mean, I don't know, Nay, if you want me to speak on something specific here, let us know, or we're going to go ahead and shut it down, man. I'm sure a lot of these guys that are in here already ran through the puppies. You know, this is going to be, here's a quick run through. Female number 1, 4,000, super nice girl right here. I'm going to do a quick run through on all of them. Female number 2 going for 3,500. Solid girl, man. Super nice girl. This girl was actually, you know, she was actually in front of her. You know, she was like really showing out. You know what I mean? Really showing out for this video. Where we at? Miss AI, that's a really good one, and we're going to get to that. I'm going to go ahead and show a video of a show, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit here in a second. We'll get straight to it. Again, this is female number 2. She's going for 3,500 plus shipping if need be. Solid girl. I highly recommend, man, you guys got time. So I highly recommend going to these videos, watching it, and listening to everything I'm stating if you're trying to get one of these pups. You know what I mean? Make sure you guys really tap in and listen to everything I'm saying, because that's going to help you get the dog you want. It's also going to help you not freak out. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. Make sure you guys tap in. Female number 2, 3,500. Female number 3, she's going for 3K. Solid, solid girl right here. Solid girl. You know, I'm not going to, you know, make you guys watch it all, but you guys can see, just look at her, man. She's built like a little baby gorilla. Super, super nice female. Solid girl. Real, real nice. Let's go ahead and get into. Here's going to be male number 1. He's going for 6,500, and you know, the reason why is because he's a keeper. He's a keeper male, but if you want to buck up and spend 6,500, this dog is yours. If not, he will stay here at the Killinois camp. That type of deal. Super nice boy. Super nice boy. Killinois Mike says female number 1 is insane. She most definitely is. Red from the bottom said, any bloodlines you like to use for outcrosses? I mean, for the most part, man, we got pretty much every outcross that we could ever need. You understand what I'm saying? And I mean, that's what we like to do over here. And that's what we do a lot, is we mix our old school blood with the new school blood. You know what I mean? Whether, you know, that's more or less not so much bloodlines. We like to mix the old school with the new school and get a cool school. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Do the parents and the puppies got new people watching the channel? Man, bro, I'll tell you what. You know, I could show you the analytics to our channel, and 65% of the people that watch our videos are people that have never been tuned into our channel before. You know what I mean? So yes, of course. Anytime we drop a new video of the parents, anytime we drop a new video of the puppies, we gain a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new people. You know what I mean? Most definitely does, man. Most definitely does. That next drop is fire. Everyone should always watch that video of a whole litter selling out in 20 minutes. Yep, and I mean, with that video, you know, that is an older video. We do need to make a new one because we do it a tad bit different. You know, in that video, it was just me and Miss Killinois in there, and we were the ones selling out the puppies, and I think that was just with the one phone at that time, if I'm not mistaken. So now we got 3 different phones, because the phones, when we had one phone, this is real talk. This is not no lie or anything like this. You know, nothing I say on this channel is lies. You know what I mean? But for anybody that's doubtful of what I'm saying, this is 100% true. Okay, so when we only had one video, when we only would put up one number for you guys to call in, you know, we'd have a lot of different people calling in, a lot of different families calling in. Once that phone rings so much, and there's so many people calling in that one number, I think like AT&T thinks like that our number's going viral or something's crazy. But I don't know what it does, and I'm not trying to call them and find out, because for all I know, then they're going to start charging me more money for my plan or something. So I'm not going to call them and figure it out. You know, we just adapted. You know what I mean? So with that being said, the phone was shut down and we couldn't do anything. You know, and the phone was shut down for a good 20 to 30 minutes before it comes back live. Then we'll start to be able to take calls again. You understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, I went out and I got 3 other phone lines for this. You know, let me show you guys something here. These are all my phones. Look at this. Look at this. That's 4. And there's 5. You understand what I'm saying? The only reason a person would have these many phones is for those drops. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, trust me, I'm not somebody else that needs these many phones. You understand what I'm saying? But look, that's 4 phones in itself right there. There's 5 phones. These are just what I have. You understand what I'm saying? So during those drops, you know, so many people will call in, the phone will shut down. It looks like it's picking back up in here again, man. Big shout out to all you guys for tuning in. If you're new in here, make sure you guys hit that like button and share out the live. share out the live. Okay. That way we can get more people in here. If you guys got any questions at all, I read everybody's question, throw it on the screen for you guys to see. And, you know, that's how we make out for some really good lives. I like to entertain. I like to interact with our community. That's what the point of our lives is. I'm not just going to do a live and just get on here and just just run my mouth all night. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. It's here to communicate with you guys. I try to pull up some, you know, some cool topics and that type of thing. You know what I mean? And we just go with the flow. You know what I mean? But with that being said, when you're calling in and my phone shuts down, then, you know, then it'll only be 2 phones ringing. And sometimes all 3 phones, and these are the 3 numbers. For anybody that's not familiar, these are going to be the 3 numbers for today or for tomorrow. You know, you can find that in all the videos we've posted on this. This thing will be in there. 217-280-0151, 217-280-801-7146, 217-801-7338. I don't even know the numbers to all these phones. The only phone number I know is the one at the front. You understand what I'm saying? These phones are literally only for these drops. Half the time, they don't even ring unless it's the drop. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. So, but our phone will shut down, and, you know, that's the main thing. Another thing you got to look for on that Sunday. When we will drop a video on at 4 p.m. on Sunday, but once we drop that video, once things start picking up, we'll put updates as the top comment. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, let me go to a previous one so you guys can see, you know, and a lot of times I just edit it, that type of stuff. You know, this is our last drop right here. This is our last drop. Okay. And if you look in the comments, this is an update right here. Okay. It says whole litter is sold out. Welcome all the new Killinois family members. We appreciate all of you. Should we go live tonight? Okay. But before I wrote this, I wrote, this mail is sold. This mail is pending. This mail is available. This mail, you know, that type of deal. We'll keep you updated on there. But that's what I'm saying. Make sure you're calling all 3 numbers. And if you really want to cheat, have everyone in your house call all 3 phones. You know, have one of you guys just calling one number, one calling the other number, one calling the other number, that type of stuff. Because while we're on the phone, as soon as we hang up, another phone creeps, another number comes up. I can't send text messages and things like that. That's why we have a 4th phone to be able to send you those messages, send you the Cash App, send you the Zelle information, and all that type of stuff. That's why there's a 4th phone that we don't give you the number to, so we're able to reach out to our customers that are buying the pups and all that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Very important to keep on calling all 3 numbers, and that's why we do it this way. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, sometimes all 3 phones will shut down. And then I got to get in the comments and tell you guys, hey, all 3 phones are shut down. Wait 15, 20 minutes and try calling back, and I'll keep you updated in this comment. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. All that stuff that I, you know, put in those videos, that is all good information for you guys. If you haven't ever watched one and watched it all the way through and listen to what I say, you know what I mean? We put up, I want to explain this for the people so they know why we do what we do, okay? The reason why I explain all this stuff in every puppy video is because we do have a lot of new people watching, just like the homie asked. We have a lot of new people watching, and they're not familiar with us, and they don't know how we get down, and they might not know exactly how we get down. And those are the people that call me and cuss me out. Oh, you said this, and you know what I mean? No, you didn't listen to what I said. And if you would have listened to what I said, you probably would have got the dog you wanted. You know what I mean? A lot of times, you know what I mean? We have to repost dogs. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. So if you're calling and you're not getting an answer, keep on just trying to call back. And I'm not trying to redo this, but I'm just letting you know, like, pay attention tomorrow on Sunday. If you're one of the people that's going to be calling about that dog, pay attention to the comment section And I usually try to update unless things are just super, super hectic and we're still trying to sell majority of the puppies. It'll be a second before I update it. But I do update this comment right here like probably 3 or 4 times that day. You understand what I'm saying? That way you're not wasting your time. You might see this dog sold and you had your eye specifically on that dog, that type of stuff. But that's another thing is like if you call and the one that you want isn't available, you can purchase another dog. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Most hated native says fire litter as always. Appreciate that, big dog. Appreciate that. Miss AI says your guys' way of selling pups definitely keeps things excited. I was pulled over in a Wendy's parking lot calling like crazy. My son got through at home and I was screaming from excitement that we got through. Yeah, I know that. And then that's another thing. This is like a really dope like situation. You know what I mean? Because, you know, a lot of people feel like they hit the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, you know, of course, they don't feel like they hit a million, $300 million lottery, but it's an excitement. It brings fun to it. This is also kind of fun. It isn't fun for us, but it's definitely fun for you guys. It is crazy and it's stressful the way we do this. And that's why I don't just go live during it. That's why I don't record it, because a lot of times we ain't going to be able to use that footage because us over here, now the way we do it, it'll be like me, Phil, and Alex answering phones with Miss Killinois sending people the Cash App and the Zelle information, okay? So, that's what's different than the 20-minute video she was initially talking about. That is the thing that is different, okay? That's one of the things that's different, you know what I mean? But we did it like that to make it to where our phones, there was always a way for somebody to reach us. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we do the things we do, man. Pete C says, might be crazy, but I'll be cool to see a live drop. Nah, I understand it, man, but you don't understand, bro. We're over here because things is so hectic that we're getting mixed up. Then the next thing you know, one guy messes up and we're ready to choke him, and another guy, it's just too live for TV, Pete. It's not that we're trying to like hide anything or anything like that outside of us ready to kill each other. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. These drops are insane, man. But you never know. Here soon we might do it live. That type of stuff. It's just going to be really hectic, man. It's going to be really, really, really hectic. It's hard enough us doing the drop, let alone doing it live and making it YouTube friendly, okay? That type of stuff. Because, whenever this live isn't on or whenever I'm not on a video, I might cuss a little. You know what I mean? I cuss a lot. You understand what I'm saying? So that type of stuff. We'll be over here ready to choke. There's been situations where people get puppies mixed up. People get customers mixed up. It is insane. Just as crazy as it is for you guys to get a hold of us, it is 15, 20 times more crazy on our line because we're trying to answer all the calls. People are calling and this puppy's available, might not be available. They might buy another pup. Some people might call and have their mind set on one puppy and say, okay, I'm not getting one. That type of stuff. So we got to really get through these phone calls to get all the puppies sold. You understand what I'm saying? Especially on bigger drops. With a drop like this tomorrow, it's not going to be near as bad. We only got 5 puppies to sell, but it's still going to be a hectic one. You understand what I'm saying? But I am going to try to do that here soon. Try to do a live, trust me, it's been on our minds. But then a lot of guys don't want to be on camera and stuff like that as well. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not the fact that they're just too shy. They just flat out don't even want to be on camera. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Miss AI says, right, seeing a drop go live would be a dope video. You guys are right. Trust me. And I've definitely thought about it. Oh, no, it's hiding the lottery. Rig is priceless. No, it's hitting the, that's right. That's right. She said, no, it's hitting the lottery. That's right. That's right. Pete says, LOL. Miss AI says, think about us going crazy at home trying to get a pup. So we understand. Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you that it's so much more crazier than that on our side. You understand what I'm saying? Because the phones are ringing. We're trying to make sure that we got everything in order. We're trying not to mix things up. We might have one guy slip in his mind a little bit saying, oh, I thought you said this. And it is just a lot, man. I mean, me, Phil, and Alex, we've been over here, and even Miss Killinois, we'll all be over here ready to choke each other. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. But yeah, let's go ahead and get back into what's right there. I gotta try to find that comment. Miss AI. It's the best way. Trying to find your comment. Okay, here you go. How do these shows work? Different classes, prizes. I want to get Rig out to some shows and sweep the fun class. That's right. That's right. And you don't most definitely could with that boy. Most definitely could. You know, he's not going to be your, sanctioned show style show dog. You know what I mean? But he'll definitely go home with some stuff in a fun show for sure. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. So, for those of you that don't know, Miss AI bought Riggs. He was a pet quality male that we let go for an insane deal. Insane deal. You know what I mean? So, I'm not saying, that he would never win in a sanctioned show. It would depend on what he's up against. You could put him in the extreme class for the BRC, and he could possibly do good in there because you're going to be dealing with other dogs that are like him that is more like pet quality. Riggs, we call him pet quality, but most people ain't going to call him pet quality. They're going to use that dog as the face of their whole kennel. And that's the difference between us and other kennels. You understand what I'm saying? That's the difference. Is like we move different. You know what I mean? We move really different. They bought Riggs as pet quality and they paid $1,000 for Riggs. Okay, we sold them to them with no paperwork. We gave the option. You could buy him for $1,000 with no paperwork, or you could buy him for, I think it was $2,500 or $2,000 with papers. You know what I mean? And they chose the $1,000 and didn't get his paperwork. You know what I mean? And I always told Miss AI that if she wanted to double back and get his paperwork, that she could. She would just have to pay the difference. But a lot of people that would sell a dog like Riggs, like she got, they're going to sell that dog like nothing's wrong with it and sell it for $4,500. You understand what I'm saying? At the very least, he was one of the biggest, thickest, bulliest pups off of the whole entire litter. You understand what I'm saying? He was just Easty Westy. You know what I mean? And he was really Easty Westy, but he was, a bull. You understand what I'm saying? That type of deal. So, and I know people that has spent that and ended up with a dog like that and paid full price for it. You know what I mean? That's the difference. So, Red from the bottom says, any advice to new breeders trying to get into sanctioned shows? Work with your dogs, man. The best thing you could do straight out the gate is put your dog on a choke chain. Like a snake choke chain, not like a choke chain you buy from Walmart. You can get them up, you can get them at shows or you can get them online. It's like a snake show lead. Just search for show lead, not dog collar. Search for show lead and it'll look like a snake. I would put one of those on the dog instantly and always walk him with that if you want to get into the show, that type of deal. You know, I'm sitting here skipping over what's her name's. But yeah, that's what I would do, man. That's what I would do is always walk him on your left-hand side. In the show ring, you have to walk the dog on the left-hand side so so the judge can see the dog no matter where it goes in the ring, okay? So always keep it on a show lead. That way it's just used to that. And always walking on your left side. That's going to be the very first steps, you know what I mean? And then outside of that, you know, while you're watching TV, I would do it about 15, 20 minutes every single day. I would stack your puppy up, stack it up, try to stack it up. And we're going to do some more videos like this here in the future. You know, that's something that I'm going to really be tapping in. I got some free time coming up. I'm going to try to bring some new content to the channel, that type of stuff. And we're going to talk more about that, man. So stay tuned to those videos, man. But I do want to get but that would be the first things I would do. Start with the show lead, put it on its neck. I wouldn't even take it off. I would just keep it on there and just always walk him on that, always walk him on the left, and get the dog used to being touched and stacked and maneuvered and manipulated his body the way you need to stack him up. You know what I mean? If he's just a slouch and he's trying to crotch, you're not going to ever get a good stack. Get him used to being stacked. That type of deal. I would do it for about 15 minutes a day, just while you're watching TV. You ain't even got to pay attention to him. Just stack them, get them right, pay attention to them, and then just get them used. You know what I mean? That type of deal. And then, you know, get him out in the public. Get that dog out in the public. Get it in the public's eyes. Get it used to new sounds. Get it used to new textures. Get it used to new people. That type of stuff. And while you're checking it, show its bite. Show his bite. Do that. Get him used to that being done, because whenever you take your dog in there, you're going to have to show him the bite. And if he wants to bite somebody because they want to touch his mouth, you're going to be in trouble. You know what I mean? That type of deal. But, where are we at? Damn, man. All right, hold up. But we're going to go ahead and get into Miss AI's situation here. That type of deal. See, man, I should be trying to make content out of these questions and stuff, man, but I'm just having a hard time actually doing that, because I could be making content out of this stuff. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. I got to keep it going a little bit longer and get a little bit more in depth with stuff. But that's the whole point of me doing this stuff. I just haven't mastered that part yet. You understand what I'm saying? Because we got a lot of people. I'm not trying to keep going on one thing so long, that type of deal. But you know, the more I do this, the more I get going, you know, it'll get better. Trust me, you guys. The lives is going to get crazy. The lives is going to get crazy. I really want to start bringing Killinois family members on the lives like we did with Matt. You know what I mean? I didn't just do that with just Matt. He was just one that was down to do it. You know what I mean? That type of deal. But yeah, let's get into this. Miss AI's question again. Let's pull it up. How do these dog shows work? All right. That type of stuff. Yeah. So like as far, you know, this is a dog show that we had here in the United States. This is the BullyCon event, a really dope video. If you guys haven't seen it, make sure you guys go check it out. Really, really dope video. Has tons of views and all that. You know, the way dog shows are is like, you know, once you once you get to the show, if you plan on entering your dog in any classes, That's the first thing you need to do, is go up and get your dog entered in those classes. Whether you want to be in the sanction show, you want to be in the fun show, or anything. And another important thing for any of you guys that are show goers, that are wanting to go to a dog show, you might have never been to one, the most important thing you need to do is bring a cage and a leash for your dog. Bring a cage too. You really need to bring a cage. That's one thing that, you know, a lot of people are confused about. They think they're just going to take their dog and walk around this dog show the whole time for 8 hours. You know, after of doing that for an hour, your dog is going to get tired. It's going to want to lay down, and it's going to be all in the middle. You see how these guys are having a hard time walking around and everybody just out standing with their dog? Man, that's perfect the way that looked. Look at all that. Look at all this mess here. You understand what I'm saying? Like, some people might just be heading to the show ring, and that's cool. But to stand in the aisle with your dog, you see how all of our dogs, this is some of the Killinois dogs. That's going to be God of War and Champion Armani. You see how all these people are standing right here with their dogs, and it's just in the way, and everybody's having a hard time getting through, that type of stuff. That's because they didn't bring a crate, and they're just standing there with their dog. You understand what I'm saying? Some of them might have been waiting, but most of those people were on BS right there. They need to get their dog in the booth and get it out of the way. When there's real congested areas with all these dogs, tempers will flare up. Dogs will start trying to attack each other. Somebody could get bit, that type of stuff. So make sure you bring a crate out for your dogs, okay? Make sure you bring a crate out, bring a leash, and I highly recommend getting a booth. You know, for those Killinois family members that are watching, if you're a Killinois family member and you're coming to a show that we're going to be at, you can bring your dog to our booth, okay? But if you're not a Killinois family member, you're trying to show up to a show, I highly recommend getting a booth. You know, if you don't feel like you need a booth, still get a booth. You understand what I'm saying? Because then you have your own spot to put your own cage. You have your own table and chairs for you to chill at, that type of stuff. You know what I mean? You need a cage for your dog, because after a while, especially if you plan on showing your dog, if you plan on showing your dog in any of these shows, the last thing you want to do is walk around with it all day on a leash. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why the dogs chill in the crates until they're ready to go in the ring, or you're ready to bust it out and show somebody. And then as soon as they're done, you put it right back in the crate. Okay? And that gives them time to get ready for these shows, that type of stuff. At the beginning of the shows, you know, like the very first show of every show is going to be the junior handlers class. And most of the time, the junior handlers class is free. So if you go, you know, and that's where your kids can get in the show ring and show off the dog and all that type of stuff. Okay. And, you know, with junior handlers, they don't judge your dog. They judge your kid on how they handle the dog. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. This right here, what you're looking at, is best in show. You know what I mean? Just for those that don't know, that's going to be the best dog from each specific breed. They won the best one of each of their breeds, and now it's best in show. For you guys that don't know what best in show is, that's what best in show is. It's the best dog from each specific breed. The dog that takes the whole breed, that wins best of breed, they go up to against each other for best in show. Okay, and right here you guys are about to see the American Bully take it. But as you guys can see, here's the XL, here's the American Bully. I believe that's a Olde, I believe that's a English, I believe that's a Frenchie, and I believe that's an Exotic right there. Okay, so those are all the best dogs, and the judge has to pick not his favorite dog, but the dog that best fits its standard. And the standard is what the dog's supposed to look like. And you can go to the BRC Global website and it'll show all the standards there. You know what I mean? But the very first show usually is always the junior handlers. Okay. Not usually, it is. The very, you know, they have junior handlers, and then they have the sanction show where you will put your dog in an age group. If your dog isn't a champion or a grand champion, then it will go in its age group, okay? And the age groups are usually 9 to 12 months, a year to 2 months, or 9 to 12 months old. Then they'll have, and they got younger classes, but we're just going to start from there. 9 to 12 months, okay? You'll be going up against all the 9 to 12-month-old dogs. If you're a year to 2 years old, you'll go up against all the dogs that are a year to 2 years old. There's Miss Killinois in the building right there. So you will you'll go up against the 2 to 3 years old. Okay, if your dog's from 2 to 3 years old, you'll go up against that age group. And then after that, it's 3 years and up. So 3 years all the way up until the dog's last days. You understand what I'm saying? And during that time, you'll go against those classes. So say you win your first age group. If you win your first age group, then you'll go up against so say you got a male that is a year old and he won the 1 to 2 year age group, okay? Then he will go up, and they also separate it by classes, whether it's a pocket or a standard or, that type of deal. So say you're a pocket, okay? You're a pocket dog and you're a year old. You'll go up against all the year old in the between a year to 2 year old dogs. Okay. If your dog wins that, he will go up against the female winner of the pocket class. Okay. So once he wins his first class, will be his age group. Then he goes up for the best male pocket. Okay. So all the males from the different age groups, he'll go up against those, okay? Then say he wins that class, then he'll move on and he'll go up against the best female that did the same thing he just did, okay? And then if he wins that, that means he takes the best pocket, okay? And it goes on through all the breeds like that, okay? So say you got a standard, okay? There's a standard that does the same exact thing. There's an XL that does the same exact thing. There's a classic that does the same exact thing. There's an extreme that does the same exact thing. Once those dogs win all the way up into that point, then they'll take the best pocket, they'll take the best standard, they'll take the best classic, they'll take the best XL, they'll take the best extreme. And those dogs will all go up against each other to see who takes the best of breed. Say we're talking about the American Bully, okay? Then you'll come up for the best of breed, okay? Then you'll go through the champions. Then you'll go through it's a lot more than that. Then you'll go through the champions. Then you'll go through they'll do the champions. They'll do the grand champions. And then those win. And then you'll have the best winners of all those age groups. That dog will go up against the best champion of that age group, then the best grand champion of that age group, and then that dog will move on for best of breed. I left out the champion part, and I'm sorry about that. Okay? But once you get to that point and you take best of breed, that means you're locked in to go for best in show. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. And once you go in for best of show, you take it, then boom, your dog wins the whole show. You know what I mean? That type of deal. At the dog shows, like I said, you want to have that lead. It kind of looks more like a chain than a, big dumb collar. If you're going strictly for the fun show, you could put any collar on your dog. But if you're going for a sanctioned show, you got to have a lead, kind of like one of those dogs had on it right there. You see how all these people are walking around with these thin little things on their dogs? Let's see here. Let's see if I can find one a little bit better for y'all. See that dog? See that lead that guy's got on it? I guess you can't see this. Let me hide these questions, man. My bad, you guys. All right. See this guy? He's holding this thin little lead with that snake chain on it. That is what you need for the sanction show, and you can find them at these shows. You know, you don't want to walk in the sanction show with like a big old gold chain like this and that type of stuff. It's got to be one of those show leads. But if you're in the fun show, you could do any of that type of stuff. And, you know, at the fun shows, they got all different types of classes as well. They got, you know, the best color, the best bloodline, the biggest head, the widest dog, you know, People's Choice Awards, all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And, yeah, all that type of stuff. It's, you know, there's, you know, and that's pretty much how it goes, man. You go there, have fun. You know what I mean? For those of you guys that have no idea about how to show your dog and stuff like that, we're going to do some videos on that here in the future. But if you don't want to get out there and show your dog, you can always go out and pay one of these handlers. And there's a lot of professional handlers in the building that are doing this. A lot of times you'll see them like suited up and looking nice and professional and stuff. And some people just go out there and just do their thing, you know, without all that. You know what I mean? But, you know, as you can see, they got booths all around, that type of stuff at the shows. It's a really dope event, man. And I'll tell you what, you know, dope events. If you got shows popping up in your area, I highly recommend you go check them out. It's a dope community you'll be a part of. It's one of the most diverse communities that you'll ever come across of. You know what I mean? As you guys can see, man, you're running into all different type of people. And I'll tell you what, I've been involved in this community the whole time of it, and I pretty much know all these guys. You understand what I'm saying? Big shout out to the homie right there, man. RIP to this guy right here, man. He ended up passing away. I don't know exactly what happened, but he was a really cool dude, man. I got to run into him, and he's in quite a few of our show vlogs. I can't remember his name right off top, but super cool dude. Both of these guys was from Indianapolis, but RIP to this guy in the red shirt, man. He had passed away, man. And man, it's crazy, man. Not only did he pass away, RIP to Smash Hoskins right here, man. This guy's actually, you know, this is Straight Drop Bullies right here. And Smash House Kennels. That's Smash Hoskins. RIP to this dude, man. This was a really, really good dude from my city. You know, he ended up passing away on a motorcycle accident, man. And, you know, it's crazy how we're talking about this. And both of these guys right next to each other, both passed away just within the past, like, year and a half, 2 years. You know what I mean? That type of deal, man. RIP to Smash Hoskins and the homie, man. Real talk. Real talk. But you get to know a lot of these people, man. You get to know a lot of these people. You come out, no matter who you are or what type of person you are, you come out to one of these dog shows and it's going to be, you know, you're going to run into people who are just like you, no matter who you are, whether you're just some lame square person, you know, and I don't mean to say that, whether you're just a regular person, whether you're, you know, just no matter what you're into, you're going to run into somebody just like you there. You know what I mean? That type of deal. And as you guys can see, all these guys got cages. They got this is like standard stuff. You see, nice thin leash to walk their dogs on, that type of deal. You know, here's Jamie Lynn Lowers, man. Matter of fact, she sells some of the best leads that you guys will ever find right here. You know what I mean? Super, super dope leads. You see this stuff? She's got some, I think some of them are like 30, 40 bucks. You know, she's got some that are made with, And man, I got to do a promo for her because she actually hooked me up on a really dope one, man. You know, Jamie Lynn Lowler on Facebook. Check her out. You know, don't worry, Jamie. I'll get on getting you your promo video out here ASAP. I don't have all that stuff in front of me or I would do it right now. You know what I mean? But if anybody needs any of this stuff, hit me up and I will put you in tune with the lady to get it done. You know, that's Jamie Lynn right there. She's a professional handler. You know, that's her daughter, a real good handler as well. They, you know, come out to the dog shows. They come bring show leads and they'll handle your dogs. And this is somebody, if you see her at a dog show, you could pay her to show your dog. You know what I mean? That type of deal. 2110 Bully says, check it in from New Zealand. As always, fire litters and kennel and are true to the breed. Keep Keep us inspiring, brother. That's right. 2110 Bullies in the building, man. Big shout out to you for tuning in, big dog. Miss AI says, what is it the judges are looking for in a dog that determines if he's a winner or not? It's the dog has to best fit the standard. You know what I mean? The dog that has to best fit its standard. Ooh, hold on one second. My bad, you guys. My mic unplugged here. I know you guys can probably still hear me, but I can't hear anything. But yeah, it's the dog that best fits its standard. You know what I mean? And matter of fact, let's go ahead and pull that up for a second. Hold on one second. I'll pull this up while you're go to the brcglobal.com, right? Go right here and you see, if you type in BRC Global Registry, you can click right here to where it says standards, right? And that'll pull up your standards. And this right here will explain your standard. And I'm actually one of the people that helped create this standard. Not so much the standard, but I actually handpicked the dogs that fit the breed for American Bully breed type. You know what I mean? And if you got an American Bully, then your dog should resemble these dogs. Champion Rocco, these type of dogs. It should resemble these dogs to some form of way. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about not some form of way. It should represent these dogs to a T. You know what I mean? Talking about just like the head, the face. There's so much that we do into this. It is a lot more than people even think of how we like choose to breed our dogs. And we breed towards the standard. You know what I mean? And that's why these dogs are not getting confused with anything else. You know, here's the American Bully standard. Your American Bully should look like an American Bully. Your XL American Bully should still look like an American Bully, not just like a tall ass dog. You know what I mean? It should still have the look of the American Bully. For all you exotic breeders, this is what your exotic should look like. It should look like this dog. And I'm sure there are plenty more examples under here. Here's more exotics. You understand what I'm saying? For anybody that wants to know exactly what your dog should look like, go read these standards. I mean, it goes down all the way down into, you know, everything, you know, it'll tell you the height of your dog, what height there is, a classic American Bully, heights, pocket American Bully, the heights, all that type of stuff. As you can see, falls to be penalized, not disqualified for showing are both eyes are not matching color, overly visible haw, bulging or protruding eyes, muzzle too long or snipey, lack of pronounced deep stop, weak underjaw turning up, albism nose, light pink, nose turning up or pushed back, tail too long, too short. It is so much more than people really know. You know, as being a judge, it isn't going out and just picking your favorite dog. You know what I mean? In the sanction show. In the sanction show, there's a breed standard that you have to pick towards. You understand what I'm saying? You know, 9 times out of 10, when I'm judging a dog show, I'm not picking my favorite dog in the building as the dog I'm picking to win the whole show. I'm picking the dog that best fits its standard. And that is what happens at the sanction show. You got to have the breed type. Your dog has to look like the dog it is. It has to look like an American Bully if that's which class you got it in. It also has to have good, you know, then outside of the look, then it has to have structure. Okay? It has to have good structure. It has to have good movement. It has to have all this and that. All this stuff plays a role in how they pick your dog, man. I know when you guys are watching these shows, you're looking at it and saying, man, I don't know why he picked that dog, especially sanction shows, because you'll be like, man, that dog was way cooler. You know, it might have looked a little bit cooler. It just wasn't as good as a dog. You understand what I'm saying? That type of stuff. That type of stuff. Goku looks just like him in that clip. He's talking about God of War. Talking about, that's right. Yeah, right. He's talking about this clip that we was just looking at here. That was God of War. He most definitely does, man. He most definitely does. So check out the breed standards. You can also go to the ABKC website. They got all that on there. You know, I'm a BRC Global judge, so we're going to do the BRC Global. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. And, you know, BRC Global is one of the best registries out. I'm not just doing it because, you know, I work there. It is seriously one of the best registries out. Some of the dopest shows you'll go to, some of the nicest people you'll meet out there, you know, and it's a real cool live event, not, you know, like a UKC show where everybody's all mad at their booth and so in competition with each other that they can't even have fun at the event. As you guys can see, it's a whole, you know, diverse community of people of all walks of life, all colors, all types, everything. You know what I mean? That type of deal. See, like they got some cool collars right there, that type of stuff, but that's not the stuff that you want to be walking into the sanction show with. You see what I'm saying? Like, see how they got the big, you know, like that one, you could probably get away with it, but you still need a, you know, a nice show lead. But like this big choke chain or this big like Cuban thick joint, that's fun show material, not sanction show material, for those of you that don't know. Damn, Kyle says, tees and merch, I need parts, still waiting patiently. Man, no, trust me, bro. I want to get it going because I need to get it going. You know what I mean? I just got to get this website done. That way I can give you guys a real legit way to buy it. I don't want to be rinky dinking it and, you know, just say, hey, send me $50 Cash App. You know what I mean? I'll get it out to you. You know, we want to get this together, and we will be getting it together soon. Miss AI says, my biggest problem is finding these shows in New NYC in New Jersey area. Yeah, I mean, they have them out there though. You know what I mean? They have them out there, and sometimes you got to take a little trip. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to take a little trip, you know. For me, you know, a lot of people are always looking for shows to just pop up in their backyard, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Miss AI, but a lot of people are just waiting for a show to hit their city. 9 times out of 10, it ain't going to. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, you know, you got to travel a little bit. You want to get to these shows. And they're all up that coastline, all up against that East coastline, Miss AI. So you should have no problem, finding it out. Do you suggest dual registering your dogs or registering them in multiple clubs? I mean, if you want to show them, you have to. And yeah, so I do recommend it. You know what I mean? But, you know, if you're not going to hit up multiple registries, there's no point of doing it. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. But if you're going to, you know, if you're going to get hit up multiple different registries, and don't be that dude that is just like, I only show at this registry. Don't be that dude. You know, for you guys that are in here, don't be that dude. Show at all registries. You know, to me, the real top dogs is the dogs that go champ out in every registry. You know what I mean? Go grand champion out in every registry. Those are the real ones. You know, not just one that just tops out in one place, you know? What's your take on these new breeds like Fluffies, Nano Bullies? I find they have many flaws, look like they are non-functional. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of all this other crazy stuff, you know what I mean? When it comes to Frenchies, I like the more standard, just regular Frenchie, you know what I mean? You know, a lot of that stuff is just hype and silly shit. Excuse me. People are using that type of stuff as sales pitches to sell. Oh, I got this exclusive furry American Bully. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so stupid, man. And I'll tell you what, a lot of those furry ones suck, man. They just horrible quality. They produce like crap. Even if you end up with a cool one, 9 times out of 10, it's going to produce like crap, and all of its litter mates look like crap. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't, you know, I'm not a fan of it. A Nano Bully, I still don't even know what a Nano Bully is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what else could it be? There's micros, there's pockets, there's, you know, what else could, I mean, how much smaller? I mean, if that, like, that's what I think they say is a nano's a smaller than a micro, which, micros, I don't understand how I can get much smaller. So I'm not with all the new breed movements, never have been, but to each their own. I ain't no hater. And, you know, I sit there and say I'm not into it, but in videos like this, you'll see it. And that's because our goal in these videos is to show you guys the community, not what I like, but to show you guys the community and show you what we're doing at these shows. You know, there's a fluffy Frenchie right there. You know, that's the homie Israel Vargas. For anybody that's into those, hold on one second. All right, my bad, you guys. My bad. I had a little. But yeah, this is for anybody that's into those exotic Frenchies, and I don't know what you guys call them, but anybody that's into that stuff, you know, the homie Israel's got some of the rarest ones out, man. Make sure you guys go tap in with him. Israel Vargas on Facebook. The Velvet Fluffy line, I think, is on Instagram, called Velvet Fluffy line. I personally not into the stuff. I appreciate more of a standard Frenchie, that type of stuff, but to each their own, man. As long as you're not sitting there calling this an American Bully, it has nothing to do with me. None of my business, you know. Here's Baby James and Armani. You know, keep in mind, these guys were real young at this age as well. Real young at this age. You know, that's here at the Killinois booth. That type of deal. That boy right there, I wonder if any of you guys know who that is. See, this right here is an exotic bully. This is an exotic bully. That type of stuff. And he's getting pretty hot right there. Actually, I told Dewey, man, you might want to get him inside right there. But yeah, man, that's pretty much it, you guys. I ain't trying to wear this out, man, and that type of stuff, man. You guys don't seem to be real tapped into the comment section. And for me to make this good, man, I need you guys' help. That type of stuff. But, you know, big shout out to all you guys that were heavy in the comment section. You know, we're going to start doing some videos like this, man. If you haven't checked this video out, this is a super, super dope video. Got tons of views. Make sure you guys go check it out. That type of stuff. It's dope. You know, they had we actually came out there to judge the RIP, the homie, man. That's what the homie that passed away in the red shirt, man. That was fun. Yeah, hey. Listen, they can hit me up. I got you right here. It was super cool. Wow, that's what's up, bro.
You want to hear me to talk?
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Get up, man, for that time. Y'all sound the show been real wet, but it's all good, man. Hey, shout out to the whole team right there, man.
R.I.P. to the homie right there, man.
Make sure y'all follow us on IG, Playman Kennels. They can't stop the real one. They might have prevented us from bringing us here, but you know we still gonna eat.
This is a dope video, you guys. Make sure you guys go check it out, man.
The basics.
We've been
That's
on
here, Frenchie, exotic.
All that type of stuff.
We're doing it all out here. You see how we coming?
Funny video, man.
Let them know where to find you, bro.
Video.
Where you at? Where to find you?
Find me in these streets, baby.
Exactly what I wanted you to say, goddammit.
I might watch this by myself once we hang this up. Straight up.
Not by name, man, but I've probably seen.
It's in this video, it was the American Bully versus the Exotic Bully. And make sure you guys get tap in and
this category. Right now in the ring, we got this head. And then coming up next after that will be best.
if you guys want to see that video that we was just watching at, man, that was a super, super dope one. Go here and watch this one right here. American Bully versus Exotic with Twister on the front. It's got Twister, a couple dogs right there. Stack Wars. American Bully Stack Wars. Check that out, man. It's a dope video. Look, now people are starting to pop in, man. It's all good, you guys. We'll be more prepared this week after this drop, man. I'm going to get on some lives like this. because I got to get Top Dog TV done. But so with that being said, man, join these lives, you guys. You know what I mean? Join these lives, get in here, be active, you know, help us keep the conversation rolling, that type of stuff. And I will drop a couple of these in the meantime, in between time of getting this Top Dog TV drop, man. But this Top Dog TV video is going to be insane, man. Insane. If this video doesn't do 100,000 views, I will be surprised. You understand what I'm saying? I will be very, very surprised. It's going to be a dope video, man. Make sure y'all stay tapped into the kennel, man. Shout out to all the Killinois family that joined us tonight, man. Shout out to all the Killinois family members. Real talk. Whole Killinois family, we're doing nothing but getting stronger. And tomorrow we're adding 5 new families. And I can't wait to see where these puppies go, who they end up with, and all that. And make sure you guys stay tuned. I want to say good luck to everybody that's tapped in right now. And, you know, we will be selling out that whole litter tomorrow. So if you're interested, don't play. You know, make sure you got your whole family calling in. Call until you get an answer, and you should have no problem getting the puppy you want, man. Real talk. But I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, you guys. Y'all have a good night, man, and stay tuned. You know, I'm gonna start getting the lives more on a schedule, that type of stuff, so people will know when we're going to do them and that type of stuff. I know a lot of people don't even get these notifications for the lives and that type of stuff. I'm sure some of you do, but I know a lot of people that specifically don't. So we're going to start doing it more on a consistent basis. And like I said, I got a really big video I'm working on that's probably going to take me 2 weeks to get done. So in that in-between time, I'm going to try to keep the content coming, and I'm just going to go live with you guys, and we're going to chop it up and have a good time, man. So big shout out to all you guys, and we'll see you on the next one.